We'll get underway. I have apologies for lateness from Celeste, and Yanni's zooming in. The latest positive, latest positive in the room, and that's why he's not in the room. So, what?
First time he's been positive.
Oh, stop it. Don't listen to them, Yanni. Don't listen. Anyway, don't any of you turn your microphones on. So would someone like to move the apologies? Pauline, and seconded by Tim. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And there is one declaration of interest in relation to one of the matters, and that is James Goff on the Atlas Quarter, which comes up later on. Right, so we'll move first of all to the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust, Bethany Baker. I saw, well, Mike was there as well, saw Bethany on Saturday. Can I just acknowledge, Bethany, what a fantastic job you did personally, and what a very moving and humbling occasion it was. So thank you very much for inviting me to be part of it, but also I just thought it was an incredibly fantastic one. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So kia ora, ko Bethany taku ingoa. My name is Bethany Baker from the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust, and I'm going to be presenting today alongside Jackie Howard. So I'm going to provide a bit of information about our history and who we are, and then Jackie will go into the details of our submission. So we'll just flick to the next slide. So the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust was created out of the Christchurch City Council's Sticks Vision 2000 to 2040 document. So in that document, it described 5 key visions, and they were creating a viable spring-fed river ecosystem, a source-to-sea experience, a living laboratory, and the Sticks is the place to be, and partnerships. So I'll just briefly expand on each of those, but our main focus is as a living laboratory. So we were brought up with the intention of creating a space for learning and research in the Pūhara Kikinui. So for a viable river ecosystem, we want the Pūhara Kikinui to be viable and healthy and available for future generations to use and enjoy. In terms of the source-to-sea experience, we wanted people to be able to walk all the way from the start, springs, all the way out to Brooklands Lagoon. So we want that to be an area where people are able to bike and walk all the way from the start at the source all the way out to the sea. The fourth Christchurch City Council vision was the Sticks is the place to be. So that's about getting people out into the Pūhara Kikinui and enjoying the recreational values, the ecology, the drainage. There's a number of important cultural sites. So it's just sort of about getting people out into the catchment. Not many people have heard about the Sticks, and we want to make people more aware of it. And also partnerships, so working together with landowners and other key community groups. So the other 4 visions, but our primary focus is a living laboratory for learning and research. So we'll just flick to the next slide. Yeah. So we were established in 2002. So we've just celebrated our 20th birthday 2 days ago. So that's pretty exciting for us. And as a trust, we work through MOUs. So we have a number of key MOUs at the moment with Christchurch City Council, Environment Canterbury, Landcare Research, NIWA, Willowbank Wildlife Reserve, and Lincoln University. So as a trust, we do multiple different activities, and some of those is funding some are scholars and internships, and they do research in the Pūhara Kikinui. And also we do a range of volunteer activities. So that's water quality. We've got one of the longest running data sets in Christchurch. It's been running for about 13 years now. We do bird monitoring, ecosystem restorations, that's forest monitoring. We support pest control, and we've also recently started up an environmental advocacy program. So as a trust, we function through a board of trustees, and we're supported via portfolios. And those portfolios are key individuals which may have a particular interest in a certain area. For instance, communications. So we have a volunteer who sort of champions communications for the trust. And those portfolios spread across 10 different areas. And that's how we function as a trust. Yeah. And we'll just go over to the next page. I'll just hand over to Jackie, who's going to go into a bit of the final details about our submission.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bethany. As Bethany said, my name is Jackie Howard. I'm the community coordinator for the trust, and I'm funded through our MFE funding, which is for the next 5 years of $4.12 million to achieve these visions of the City Council plan. Some of our general comments on the draft annual plan involve the ones listed here, and as trust, we generally support the entire draft annual plan, and in particular, we support the council's intention to use targeted rates to fund stormwater and flood protection. So this allows us to monitor stormwater runoff and flooding effects all of the waterways in Christchurch, particularly the Puhatakikanui and its main tributaries, which have been historically prone to flooding and stormwater contamination during significant rainfall events. And this will become more prevalent with the increased development planned for the catchment area, as well as future climate change effects. We also support the council's funding of the major cycleway connection from the Sticks Mill Overbridge to the Northern Boulevard. And increasing cycleway connections throughout the Puhatakikanui catchment will aid in the future completion of the Source to Sea walkway, as mentioned in the 2000 to 2040 vision. And we also support the flood protection investment in the Puhatakikanui catchment, including the Southwest Highstead Wetland, Hagem's Basin, and Puhatakikanui Stick Stream project, as work in this area will greatly aid in the reduction of stormwater runoff into the Puhatakikanui and its tributaries during flooding events. And lastly, we generally support the allocation of the $43,000 to the Styx River Puhatakikanui Regional Parks Restoration Development. And we recommend that the $8,000 originally allocated for this financial year not be deferred to the following financial year. Next slide, please. So in continuing with those recommendations, so the first one is that council continues its community partnerships funding to trusts like our own. Support from the council allows our trust to accomplish many things that would not otherwise be possible in terms of land acquisition and leasing our field center. And as our trust is on limited funding from either the Ministry for Environment and other grants and funding sources, there's a high uncertainty about the ongoing funding of the lease for the field center while we work to accomplish the other visions for the Sticks. And a bit more on that funding. So our funding covers very specific and limited items as to what we can actually purchase and acquire with those funds. For example, trees, staffing, vehicles, consumable things, etc. And that funding doesn't include our BAU monitoring programs or the field center lease as they are already council projects. Council benefits from its partnership with the trust from our ability to also get support from central government and our community-led environmental management, which in general leads to overall reduced costs for the council as well. The next point for recommendations is that the Source to Sea walkway is kept in the council's plan and brought forward to its originally scheduled layout for the 2022 to 23 financial year commencing July 1st, 2022. And our viewpoint is that the trust is working with landowners to develop the appropriate riparian margins to accomplish this vision. but there are some properties that need to be purchased in order to finish these walkway connections. And completing the Source to Sea walkway will be the first of its kind in New Zealand, creating a substantial natural habitat corridor for endemic bird, fish, and invertebrate populations, and also adding a significant quality of life amenity for the people of Christchurch. And there is funding through council to accomplish this. It's just in other areas right now and needs to be reallocated. And we would like to see that done sooner rather than later, as property rates will only increase in the future. And this is really important for protecting the waterway corridor. The Sticks Living Laboratory, including our field center, is actually a council initiative that the trust has been actioning for the past 20 years, and that the 75 Lower Sticks Road property, which is our field center, was purchased by council for the purpose of that field center. And our last suggestion would be to where funding could or should be reduced or pushed out to future years. It includes mainly the Otakaro Avon River Corridor program. So major expenditures for this program aren't slated to go into effect until the end of the 22-23 financial year. Therefore, pushing this funding into the financial following year would have little to no effect on this project. And that's my final recommendation. If we can move to the next slide. And as I was talking before about the source to sea linkages and Bethany as well, currently you can almost go all the way from the very source down in the bottom left to the exit of the Parklands up in Brooklands Lagoon. There are two sections, one in the Harewood area and one up close to the field center behind Willowbank Wildlife Reserve. It's about 6 kilometers where the source to sea linkage is not complete. But hopefully with land acquisition in the future, hopefully with help from council with the funding, we can complete that source to sea linkage. I think that's it. Bethany, do you have anything to add?
Look, thank you very much. You've just timed that, I think, very perfectly to the 10 minutes allocated. So thank you both very much for that. I'm sure that there's something deliberate about inviting me to the opening of the Christine Hirama Field Centre on Saturday and then being the first submission on the Monday. But look, thank you so much. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for focusing your submission on the benefit of the partnership approach. It's been very appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to the Opaho Heathcote River Network, and that's also by Zoom. Oh no, that's not by Zoom. You've zoomed in. You've literally zoomed in real life. Yeah.
If you want, you can.
Yeah. If you could press your little button too, so that your green. Yeah. So and that no, just one needs to be pushed. Yeah, that's it. No. Yeah, that's right. It lights up all three.
Lights everywhere.
Thank you.
Okay, kia ora everyone, ko Annabelle Hasselmanaho.
Kia ora, Malcolm Long.
And as you're, we're quite familiar faces in the council room, but just to go through. So the Opaho Heathcote River Network is a community-based catchment group, and the Opaho Heathcote River Network is a voice for the river. We advocate for and promote the regeneration of the health and Maui of the river, and we connect with and support the communities within the river catchment.
In the consultation document, the Mayor said that there was the potential to transform the Okaro Avon River corridor into the jewel of Christchurch's crown, which is a great statement, and we all agree with it. We'd just like to think that there was more than one jewel in the crown, and that they were all buffed up to the greatest brightness possible. And so we push as much for the Opaho as for the Otakaro.
The Mayor also said the council's biggest focus is addressing the impacts of discharge of stormwater to water bodies, and we want to focus on sediment And we acknowledge the considerable effort the council is currently doing, is planning to do, and to reduce sediment entering our rivers and to reduce the likelihood of flooding. But we also just really seek an ongoing commitment to this, because this is vital work. And
in that regard, we strongly support the prioritising of contaminant reduction at source. And the largest contaminant of the Opaho River is sediment, and the greatest contributor to that is the Christchurch Adventure Park, which the council has an interest in. So we really would push that there is some urgency given to the preparation of an action plan to address erosion and sediment issues coming from the CAP as a significant way of reducing it into the Opaho River. The Port Hills and Littleton Harbour Erosion and Sediment Programme. We really see this as a key programme for improving the health in Maui of the Opaho Heathcote River. We seek an acceleration of this vital programme. We want assurances that there's an adequate allocation for the city-facing slopes of the Port Hills. These facing slopes are the areas that sediment comes into and contaminates the Opaho Heathcote River, so there needs to be a focus on that. We also want assurance that there is the planting and maintenance of native trees is not only where there is current sediment, but also above those erosion zones and in the gullies and tributaries that feed into the Opaho Heathcote River. Healthy Waterways. We are seeking a commitment to the council, the ongoing commitment of the council to develop the Healthy Waterways Action Plan for Christchurch. We know that this plan, we want this to achieve, for us to be able to achieve what we want for our waterways, for our healthy waterways, with the community involvement and how we're going to achieve that. We also want a commitment to the ongoing commitment to the Community Water Partnership, which is a key program happening with the council and the community, and thank you for the support for that, but that really needs to continue. We use the South Library a lot, and it's great to see that you brought forward the repairs to the South Library, and we just like to suggest that this is a great opportunity. We've put there a picture of the Dallington landing, but not because we want something like that, but because this is an opportunity for that siting of the South Library to actually reflect the river in some way. While you're repairing it, for goodness sake, take the opportunity to make the connections with the river through maybe an education facility or an information facility, something that's co-designed with the mana whenua and the community. And we also are seeking the adoption of the Lower Opaho Heathcote River Guidance Plan. This is a great plan, particularly the fact that it's come from community input right from the very beginning of the plan, coming through from the community board. And we will be seeking in the future not only the adoption of this plan, but the creation of similar guidance plans, which are quite unique for the entire Opaho Heathcote River. And thank you to Yanni for spearheading that program with the community board. So I'd just really like to say thank you for a very readable annual plan. These plans have improved year after year, and we've been reading them, and we're actually finding them quite accessible now and to find the key information, so that's a great job with the comms team. And a big thank you to all the City Council staff who are really willing to assist and help us with information and advice in all the work that we do. We really appreciate that. And we look forward to an even greater involvement from the council and involving us as community with the solutions to our waterways going forward into 2022. So thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Look, thank you very much for that submission. This has really troubled me, that all of our water bodies, in relation to the opportunity that I had to sit on the Three Waters governance working group. And I think it was that really opened up my eyes to the significance of the reality of achieving te mana o te wai when stormwater is kind of such a challenge to include within the three waters. Get two waters, but the third water links so closely to the sort of planning process that you're talking about. And so I really welcome the submission. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry,
thank you.
Anne.
You. It's always nice to hear kind words about staff as well, because I know they do a fantastic job. I'm just wondering, what is the difference, and do you think, between a Healthy Waterways action plan and the Waterways partnership? What do you see the differences? I'm interested that you've asked for that.
Well, I think the Healthy Waterways Action Plan is something that's happening with staff in the council already, with Belinda Margetts and the team, and looking at probably more scientific and more detailed, coming from that, but to really support. I think the two things in the end come together. But I think at this initial stage, those actions are being developed within council, but I do see community involvement being needed in that as well.
And the water partnership is particularly a communication exercise with the community, getting community groups to work with the council and ECAN to communicate ideas that the community needs to accept or face up to. Yeah.
Phil and then Sarah.
Thank you, guys. With the adventure park, did you notice that the sediment got a lot worse after the fire, when there was not as much ground cover, so to speak, or is it just generally?
Well, the problem is the fire didn't help, that's for sure. But if you carve paths through Lewis, you're going to get sediment, and I'm not sure how redeemable the whole thing is, but it's an enormous issue that's only going to get bigger.
With the subdivision that's next door to it, it will have its own sort of stormwater retention ponds and so on. Is the adventure park just go straight into a creek and out to the river? Has it got anything?
Oh, no, there's going to be a dam. There are several ponds, but unfortunately, because it's Lewis, it's not going to settle out.
Sorry, there is dams and ponds.
There will be a dam when you finish building it in the next couple of years.
Not yet.
And there is a retention basin that's been developed at the base. One of the key issues is the sediment coming off the adventure park from the Lois. It flows into that creek that comes out of the adventure park,
Yes.
which is, if you see the images, we've presented those images before, it's just huge. And then there's a retention basin pond that's been developed, and then the dam. And so there is a whole lot of work going, but it's coming from other areas as well, and that's where we need to be work to be done with ECAN as well, to find the source, what are the critical sources, and LiDAR information of knowing where these sources are, and then having an action plan. But we are saying that the adventure park is one of the key contributors to sediment within that catchment.
So when it's hosing down, so to speak, say, oh, that's half clean, and that coming out of that valley, you can see it. It's the dirtiest.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. We've had the benefit of images in the past. Sarah.
Kia ora, thanks so much, and thanks for all the mahi over the weekend too. Amazing event, which is great. Listen, the planting for erosion control on the Port Hills on the city side. My recollection is that we put some additional funding in for that in the long-term plan, and I'm wondering if you've seen the impact of any of that funding. And I think it was a smaller amount to start with, and then more in the future. So this is probably the first planting season since then, and I'm just wondering if that's been visible at all.
No, not that we know. No.
As I understand it, the first lot of money for that was meant to be spent before July, and they were still struggling to find how to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
But so we're talking about the 9 million that is allocated for that planting over the whole Port Hills, and seeing that there really needs to be a focus. And a lot of work has been done in the past with the Port Hills Rangers, with those gullies. There's a lot of work that is going. And
there's a lot of volunteer efforts at the moment on the hills, but it's making sure that's coordinated and that there's enough seedlings, for example, and then maintenance.
Yeah.
When it comes to the coordination, we had a bit of a gap over the period of the LTP where we had previous funding for community partnerships, park rangers and those kind of things. And then because that funding ended, we had no staff for a while, and then we had to go through a re-employment process with new ones. Does that, especially because it's over like the planting season, does that disrupt what's happening and slow down work at all?
Well,
I think the key thing in the whole thing is having the council staff and rangers to support community in that, because I
Yeah.
think there's a huge amount of support within the community to make things happen. But I think one of the limiting things is the council staff
Yeah.
to be able to provide that connection and to really implement it. But there's
So
a huge
currently we've got only 3 years worth of funding for community partnerships staff, and then we're going to lose those staff again. So you prefer that was just permanent? Just
Oh,
staying
definitely,
through?
definitely.
And-
That is crucial in the whole picture, you know.
Thanks.
Otherwise, it can't really happen.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Look, thanks very much, and thank you for making a submission this afternoon. It's much appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I think Mike Patchett is sitting right there if you'd like to move into the hot seat. And Mike is from the Water and Wildlife Habitat Trust.
Start any time. Well, firstly, I'd just like to thank the council for taking the time to hear the Water and Wildlife Habitat Trust's recommendation on how you may improve your investment and outcomes in the 22-23 annual plan. The Water and Wildlife Habitat Trust, it's a charitable trust, not for profit. Been around for about 10 years. Currently got a project in the Selwyn catchment and more recently in the Otakaikino catchment within the Christchurch city. We generally work in collaborative partnership with landowners and regional and local councils. I've personally been involved in community conservation groups and activities for probably 30 years. My primary objective in making this submission on the annual plan was to try to influence the planning and decision making with the Christchurch city area towards improving waterway health, wildlife habitats, and the opportunities for community engagement and open space recreation. The key propositions in our submission is that Council has and its community has a visionary plans for the Otakaro Avon Corridor Regeneration Program, including the riparian green spine, and planned spending of over $300 million over the next 10 years. We congratulate Council on that initiative. However, most of the investment in that area, on that catchment, is in improving catchments and waterways, goes into physical infrastructure, such as flood detention basins or artificial wetlands, when there's many kilometres of riparian zones along our waterways that are in need of weed control and indigenous revegetation. The ecological health of our city's waterways, particularly the Avon and Heathcote catchments, are poor and need of improvement. The Otakaikino and Stick catchments and their waterways are in better condition, but that needs to be preserved and improved over time. Council and its community are proposing a world-class city national park, yet given the comparatively small area of existing indigenous bush, this is a huge challenge. The science tells us that improving our control of plant and animal pests and restoring indigenous riparian vegetation along our waterways is the key to healthy waterways. The Christchurch community cares for our natural environment and the good quality of life that this provides. Yet the supply of council grant funding to community groups is well below the demand for financial support for community-based ecological restoration. Most community grant schemes are oversubscribed maybe 2 to 3 times, meaning there's lots of lost opportunities to build social and natural capital. While the Council's Biodiversity Partnership Fund, Strengthening Communities Funds, Discretionary Response Funds and other community grant schemes are much appreciated, the overall investment is not enough to empower strong community-based actions on the ground and associated capacity building and education, particularly with our younger generation. Many community conservation groups are now struggling for volunteers and resources, and from the effects of COVID and increasing inflation. They need more support to sustain and increase their contribution to making Christchurch more livable and hopefully a national park city. Council has in the past demonstrated sensitivity to these challenges by increasing discretionary funding to community boards and for earthquake resilience. So now is the time to better appreciate and better support our many community groups wanting to contribute to healthy catchments and waterways, and for more opportunities for open space recreation. My submission also includes a number of action items which we'd like you to consider, particularly towards improving erosion and sediment control and promoting water-sensitive urban design, including increased education, regulation, monitoring and enforcement action. Enhancing waterway and catchment ecosystem health, including reducing mass loads and frequency of sewage overflows in high rainfall events is important, and reducing urban contaminants of metals, nutrients and pathogens, and for planning climate change and sea level rise. And lastly, we need to be ensuring that there is public health safety in our drinking water and the water contact recreational activities, including the protection from the risk of colorectal cancers and probably the culling of Canadian geese along our waterways. Yes, these proposals to better support ratepayers and their families to restore ecological and lifestyle values of Christchurch will cost more money from revenue and borrowings. The Trust recommends an additional 0.3% residential rates increase as an environmental enhancement levy. As an alternative would be the reallocation of existing funds within budget to provide those funds towards community activities. This will ensure the community can contribute their valuable time and passion to making Christchurch a more livable national park city and a wonderful Avon Otakaro Green Corridor area and our healthy waterways. I would probably add the pest-free Banks Peninsula. So again, I would thank you for considering our submission and look forward to your response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a theme emerging here, you know, in terms of the significance of the partnership, and you mentioned building social and natural capital, and I think the two go hand in glove. So thank you for that. Do I have any questions from councillors? I think there's a lot of nodding going around the room. Okay, look, thank you very much, Mike, for taking the trouble, one, to make a submission, but personally to come in and submit to the council. It's valuable. Thank you. The next one is Ken Maynard from the Littleton Community Association. Kia ora, welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm asking you to provide funding for the reinstatement of the closed section of the Summit Road. My submission is on behalf of the Littleton Community Association. I emailed our 100 members attaching my draft submission. 20 replied, 19 in favour and 1 against. The response rate was rather disappointing, but getting engagement is difficult.
Do feel free to sit down if you'd prefer. That's fine. Yeah, thank you.
The response rate was rather disappointing, but getting engagement is difficult, as I'm sure you know from your own work. The slide shows the location of Summit Road on the Port Hills. The dark wiggly line through the middle is the closed section and is about 5 kilometres long. The road itself goes from Gebby's Pass to Evans Pass, a distance of about 28 kilometres, and then on to Godley Head. And do I get to do the next slide? So here's a picture of the Summit Road as it is now, in its unrepaired state in the middle section. This is close to the gondola. And here's a more general view from the gondola, as you can probably see from the bottom right-hand corner of the Summit Road wiggling its way along the top there, with extensive views over the harbour. As I say in my submission, the Summit Road provides great amenity value. The location provides wonderful views of Littleton Harbour from the south side and of Christchurch and across the Canterbury Plains to the Southern Alps from the north side. There are numerous lay-bys where you can stop and take in the views safely. Having a major chunk of the road missing makes taking visitors up there much less pleasurable than it used to be, as you have to attack it from both ends. There are, of course, walking tracks up the Port Hills from both sides, and I enjoy walking those too, but that's not always possible. There are several reasons why the council has not seen fit to reinstate the road. I'm not sure what they are, but they may include cost. Well, that's a matter of priorities. It seems that the council don't have it as high on their list as I do. Not only is funding missing from this year, but I was unable to find it in the long-term plan either. You may think if you ignore it long enough, we will forget about it. Well, we haven't. Closing the road permanently by stealth, I think, would be a mean trick. Another reason is that the road has already been annexed by walkers and cyclists. Yes, they are enjoying the use of it, but the Port Hills abound with cycle and walking tracks. Castle Rock mountain bike track and the Crater Rim walkway are right next to the Summit Road, and from the walkway you get an even better view than you do from the road. It's dangerous. The danger from falling rocks argument seems to be used whenever council want to stop you going somewhere. Numerous tracks have closure notices where the danger is no more apparent than elsewhere where it's open. There are some pretty mystifying decisions made about what's dangerous and what's not. In the case of the Summit Road, for example, it would appear not to be dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists, who are now permitted to use the road, whereas it would be too dangerous for a car if rolling rocks are the perceived problem. A further one which I've heard is that the road is beyond economic repair. Well, you can say a TV set is beyond economic repair because you can go and buy a new one that costs less than mending it. In the case of a road whose amenity value is probably not measured in money, that's much more difficult. And if you were to say, well, you could use State Highway 75 to get from A to B instead, it is not the same thing. If we go back to my TV analogy, it would be like saying, well, it's beyond economic repair, but you could buy a radio instead. I hope I provided some compelling reasons in the submission why you should include the reinstatement of the road for us all to enjoy. It doesn't need to be a motorway, just a pleasant country road. Thanks very much for listening. Ngā mihi nui, kia ora rawa atu.
Thank you very much. So, councillors, anyone with any questions? Aaron.
It would be handy, I think, for us to get a briefing on this at some point.
Yeah, no, we will do. You just need to submit a question. I mean, Dave? Yeah, so Sam's collecting questions, and certainly it was on my list, having listened to the submission, just for an update on where this was up to, because I don't recall off the top of my head either.
Okay, and I'll ask a slightly left field question, because you did mention the falling rocks, but what about if it was partially open for like cycling through?
It is.
Oh, it is. Is it? I've been up there. Sorry.
Yeah. So if cyclists and
so they're allowed to. But what about?
Yeah, initially it was closed to everyone, but the council did quite a lot of work in removing the rocks from the road, and opened it to cyclists.
We'll get the information because councillors have been briefed on this before, but I cannot recall off the top of my head the situation. So let's get. We'll get an update. Yeah. You've clearly got your message through.
Thank you.
And as you say, it's a question of priority, and the councillors are very much focused on prioritisation in this annual plan process.
I understand that, but even if you find it impossible to find funds this time, I would like to see it find its way back into the long-term plan rather than just disappearing altogether.
Well, and that's something that we could recommend to the next LTP process, and that might be a solution which doesn't give you instantly what you're after, but it enables us to stick to the program, as it were, focusing the annual plan on things that are in the LTP and sort of relatively minor adjustments to the LTP, even though they relate to significant sums of money. And then, but recommend that the incoming council address the question again in the LTP.
Thank you. Living in Littleton, we are used to having to take a long-term view.
I know, and you know, Littleton suffered a lot after the earthquakes, and you know, I mean, I went to the reopening of the time ball that they have, you know, redeveloped.
Yep.
And, you know, it just had one of those senses of magic moments, but it had taken, I don't know how many years for the department to...
About 8, I think.
To address it, yeah. But those moments do happen, so let's leave it to where it is. But we will get a briefing on it. So thank you very much for going to all of the trouble of making a submission and coming in person.
Thank you.
Appreciated. Thank you. Next one is Victoria Andrews. So, hello, Victoria, Akrai Civic Trust. And I do want to say thank you for sending me some email photographs which I was absolutely touched and thrilled to receive. Not associated with the annual plan in any way, I hasten to add, but I really appreciated that, and I know I haven't responded yet, but I will. But I wanted you to know that they've been received, and I was really touched. So thank you.
Thank you. And is there somebody who could hand out some information for us?
Yep. Someone will come down.
Would that be possible? Just thank you. Well, we would like to thank you for allowing us to address our submission today. And also, we would like to give you a very heartfelt thanks for your service, and especially to those who are not going to stand again, with due regard to Leanne and Andrew Turner, our councillor for Banks Peninsula. You'll be sorely missed, all of you.
Can I also acknowledge Mike Norris too? I didn't recognise you behind your mask.
Yeah, this is Mike.
Lovely to see you as well.
Mike Norris is the chairman of the Civic Trust, but I'll lead off with a very brief overview of the submission in front of you. Akaroa's landscape is embedded with a nation's bicultural history. Ngāi Tahu and Anuku Runanga have already discussed the importance of landscapes as cultural narratives, and the Civic Trust supports their submissions. Landscapes are direct links to ancestral connections and historic associations. The Trust has supported Anuku Runanga's effort to protect and recognize the importance of Takapaneki for many years, probably 2 decades now plus. And the site was fundamental to the signing of the Treaty of 1840, and the level of history contained in Akaroa overall is fundamental to the foundation of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'd like to thank you for reinstating the museum's funding. The museum contributes to the town's economy, the well-being of the community, as well as hosting visitors and school groups. It also enjoys a very close association with Anuku Runanga. The museum is a council facility that is open 7 days a week, and it's staffed by 3.2 FTE positions. It administers 3 historic buildings and presents a minimum of 3 exhibitions per year on a very modest budget. The Brittamar Memorial is one of the most important historic landmarks on the South Island. It is located next to the Takapaneki Historic Reserve, and both sites are administered by Christchurch City Council. The 2 sites are separate, but within sight of each other. As New Zealand history is taught in schools, national attention will soon focus on both historic locations. The Takapaneki Conservation Report, which I have a copy here, which you will have seen in your agenda on Wednesday, the full report, contains a list of recommendations regarding the historic Brittamar Reserve. Few have been enacted. The site lacks disabled access, interpretation, landscaping, and conservation measures. In our view, the Brittamar Reserve requires the same care, consideration, and respect as the Takapaneki Historic Reserve. Another issue is the return of cruise ships, likely in October 2022, although that's not confirmed. Akron experienced once again 20 or more buses plus large vans transporting cruise passengers to Akron on day trips. The town needs a designated drop-off and pickup point and a parking area to avoid dangerous congestion. There has been no consultation with the community, and Christchurch, New Zealand, with regard to the destination management plan, has yet to commence its effort, although I think it may be happening in the very near future. They've had 2 years, but maybe we'll see something out of it. The solution is to implement, instead of waiting for a destination management plan, to implement a new traffic management plan. in the short term, with an allocated space for bus and van parking at the recreation ground. A private shuttle is readily available for those not wishing to walk, and the updated traffic plan would require minimal effort. I also would like to note that there's the Christchurch transport plan, but it does not seem to take into account the impact of tour buses traveling between the city and Akaroa or exhaust from massive cruise ships with regard to pollution. The council needs to be reminded, in my view, that it agreed to reduce emissions by 50% in 2030 and net zero by 2045, as well as declaring a climate change emergency. We assume this includes Akaroa and the peninsula. The Trust supports the refurbishment of 40 Rue Jolie, which is a very historic little cottage. It has remained neglected for too many years, and I also, before I turn it over to Mike, I'd like to invite you to visit the Akron Museum. I think you'll be coming over to Akaroa on June 24th for the unveiling of the Po. So as you leave town in the afternoon, please pop into the museum and see for yourself what the facility has to offer. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Mike.
Well, thank you, Victoria. And may I repeat your kind words to two of our departing councillors, Mayor Leanne and Andrew Turner, our indefatigable ward member. I'd have to say we're going to miss you. I hope your replacements are equally as accessible. And I've enjoyed opportunities to come and talk to a full council here. And normally we've got something really big to grizzle about, but today it's a different one. So having said farewell to you and all the best for your futures, and I know that you've got a very heady mountain of submissions to get through this afternoon, and I should think you're quite punch drunk by the end of the afternoon. So I just wanted to focus on two things that my very able Deputy Chair has illustrated for you. And I'll start with this booklet, Takapaneki. Are all you councillors familiar with this book? Because it's been out for a little while. And I know that most of you will be very familiar with Takapaneki because when we had the special meeting prior to the purchase of the Red House, there was an internal council report added to reports from the Civic Trust and also from Anuka Runanga, which detailed the significance in New Zealand's history. So I echo what Victoria says, that there's lots of works going on in Stanley Place at the moment. If you come to Akaroa and you drive to the southern end of town, you'll see enormous amount of activity, and the City Council could be proud that together with Anuku, the much vaunted development of that site is happening. Luckily, not like the development of the site that would have been possibly taken on a couple of decades ago, when it was decided it would be ideal land for a subdivision and some houses could be built there. That was not under your term, Leanne, but it was an unfortunate thing, and full credit to the Civic Trust and Victoria and a few eminent historians for pointing out that it would be quite crass to put houses on this very tapu site. So now that the works are going ahead, I echo what Victoria is saying. The Brittamar Memorial is actually a disgrace at the moment. It really lacks interpretive panels. It lacks some care and attention. And for the amount of money that would be involved in putting that right, I think it's something the council could certainly look at alongside the 5,000 extra seats for the stadium or the tinkering with Lancaster Park. I would think it was a very small budget, and it would transform the area, make it user-friendly for disabled people, and it would be in tandem with Takapaneki, part of raising the profile of this area in the whole of New Zealand. It is possible that second only to Waitangi, Takapaneki would assume the significance of one of the most important bits of our our bicultural history, dividing it from 1840. So I hope the council will find the funds and the resources to make the most of that wonderful resource it has at the Brittamar Memorial. And that leads into the museum. because tied to the visits to the Brittamar and to Takapaneki is a museum. So thank you to the council for, shall we say, pulling back on the decision to cut the budget and in fact reinstating it, and possibly with a little more for the capital fund. We do appreciate that, and we don't want to be seen as Akrai always having a whinge about something. On the subject of transport, it's been suggested that an alternative to tour buses rocking up to the village and just parking under the trees on Beach Road should be looked at, and I understand there is a possible initiative using land adjacent to the Grand Hotel. It's owned by the operator of the Grand, but he is already talking to the community board about the possibility of having that site made available for the purpose of bus parking, which would alleviate an enormous amount of congestion. You saw with these photographs here, 3 vehicles side by side blocking the main street, and yet I believe the City Council Traffic Department claim there is no problem. There is a problem, and it needs to be addressed.
I'm going to have to ask you
I've finished.
Come. Oh,
yes.
Well, if we slide over, I have 5 minutes, and I'm happy to share it with Mike.
Oh, that's
oh,
unusual.
so you have a Victoria Andrews seat.
Yes, I do, and it's pretty much the same.
No. Well, the two have been very aligned. So just carry on.
And if there are questions,
Well, I was going to leave time for questions, so I'll do that, because I've said as much as I want to today. I wish you a very good afternoon for the rest of the submissions you have to sit through, and I want you to go home thinking Takapaneki. It's very important. Thank you.
It is. Thank you. Victoria, is there anything else you'd like to sort of contribute to the discussion before I open it up for questions?
well, my own personal submission, there are 2 minor points.
Yeah.
One of them is that I would like to commend the council on having an outstanding library system. It is extraordinary, and our librarians are lifesavers, as we have seen through the earthquakes and through COVID. They go out of their way to console people and spend time with them. They're the glue that holds things together, in my view, and I don't think they get due regard. As a old age pensioner and somebody who lives in a remote community, we have to pay $3 per item to have something put on hold and transferred to Akrai. And now that petrol has gone sky high, we're coming in every 6 to 8 weeks. We don't make it a regular jaunt. So I will exceed sometimes my 30 limit withdrawal at the library. If we could, and I would probably rotate more often if we didn't have to pay $3 per item to have a book or something put on hold and sent to Aquarium. That's one thing. Because we are remote and it takes 3 hours return trip plus to get into town. And my other brief item is that after being very active in giving submissions and serving on various committees, there is room for improvement in terms of consultation and providing information to ratepayers. I think communication could be greatly improved, and we all are guilty of it, but I think there's room to do a bit more work on that item. So,
yeah, and if I could just amplify that, it appears that any discussions about the development at Takapaneki can only be held between the Christchurch City Council and Anuku Rananga, which excludes, therefore, entities like the Akron Civic Trust. I believe that some of the board members of the trust have got an enormous amount of knowledge that should be shared, and I would ask whether or not we could be invited back to the table, because we're keen to be there.
Yeah, no, look, I think I got a letter from you, Victoria, on that very subject last week, was it?
No, I contacted the council via Russell Wedge years ago.
Somebody has told me, because this is not news to me, and I haven't had a chance to sit down and talk to Rick Tainoa yet, which is my intention next, because I don't think that there's been a decision made to exclude the Akron Civic Trust from the process. It's but I don't know the history of it. I mean, I don't know whether.
I do have correspondence from Russell saying that it was not a possibility because it had not been consulted on at the time the conservation report went through consultation. I have been in contact several times, and the answer has been no, because it is an exclusive partnership. And I'm happy.
Look, honestly, I'm just going to say stop it because I don't know that this is the case, and I certainly don't recall that ever being decided by this council.
Good to hear that, Leanne.
So, and I also know from my relationship with Rick Tainui and others at Onuku that nothing would be further from their mind. I mean, the pivotal role that you played in terms of the Red House, even though I haven't quite gotten over that yet, but, you know, the pivotal role that you played is not forgotten, and it is known by Onuku as it is known by myself and others. So there is absolutely nothing that is exclusive in the relationship. I can't even bear to think about where that might have come from, because I will, but leave it with me. We're in a process here. Sorry, Sarah.
Thanks. Just can I just clarify something? It's just the Takapaneki Reserve Management Plan. That was quite widely. You were involved in that, quite widely consulted on, and there was lots of community input on it. The current state is just.
Can I leave this the way it is and get further factual information so that rather than discuss.
Yeah,
what
there has been.
They're two different things.
Yeah, no, we did work on this, and we worked in association with Jenny May.
Yeah,
and
then
really good. With Naitahu.
Yeah, just making sure the knowledge is captured. And,
yeah, this is an excellent document.
It is, and
it's very detailed.
Yeah, Aaron.
Just a couple of quick questions on the French Farm Naval building.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at those images, that is not going to be around very much longer at all. Like, that's an imminent saviour, or it's toast. There'll be nothing left.
It's imminent, and it's highly important.
Yeah.
One of the earliest buildings that we have.
Yeah, it says in here it's privately owned, so it's on private land.
Well, it's owned by the Macmillan family, who are a drilling company, and it was previously owned by Graham Causer, who's a Fulton Hogan chief executive, I believe, and he was less inclined to let us get to work on it. So it's covenanted, the area that the house sits on, but of course we don't own it, so therefore we can't apply for a grant to restore it.
So what about, how close to the road is it?
It's close.
50 metres.
Yeah.
So would the Macmillans consider carving off that piece of land that sits on?
I can't speak for them, but they seem very willing and interested.
But rather than them do the work, because then you can fundraise. We could write to the French government. Their military budget's 49 billion a year, euros.
Doesn't seem to extend to New Zealand at the moment.
Save the building.
But we have had City Council heritage people over there to look at it. We're well aware of the fact that we spent $20,000 stabilising the building with the help of Heritage New Zealand. The next stage is to stabilise the roof. And as you say, the roof's not going to be around for much longer.
No.
There is, the new owners have put tarpaulins, I believe, over it. And they're very busy people, but we're keen to go and talk to them and see how we can help. We haven't got the funds to do the restoration. Maybe they have, or maybe other sources of funding could be tapped into.
I'll be asking the French. This is part of their history as well.
Yeah, they haven't been very forthcoming when we've spoken to their diplomats.
I knew it didn't go well 150 years ago, but come on, let's move on.
No, but approaches have been made to the Rainbow Warrior Fund and various sources within the French government, and they've said no.
Wow.
No.
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 Merci. Thank you very much for your contribution today, and it's great to see you both, and for contributing to the annual plan process. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're up to a break period, and we're due to come back for the Summit Road Society at 2:30. Sorry. So I would suggest that if people could be seated at 2:30 so that we could get underway on time. Thank you. Well, welcome back everyone, and we'll move on to the next submission, and we'll have Marie Gray from the Summit Road Society.
Tēnā koutou, nei rā te mihi manahau kia koutou katoa. So first of all, going to give a submission on behalf of the Summit Road Society, and then immediately after my personal submission, just to be effective with time. I'm sure most of you know the Summit Road Society. We're a grassroots conservation organisation that's focused on protecting the Port Hills and providing for public access. We have 4 reserves on the Port Hills, and we also run the community trapping project, Predator Free Port Hills. So in 2019, the council declared a climate and ecological crisis. The scientific evidence is clear, and last year the council also put out a plan around climate change resilience, and so it needs to be actually embedded in both the long-term plan and the annual plans responding to climate change, because it is a huge threat to all of us today. Nature-based solutions will be critical. We'd really like to highlight Pest Free Banks Peninsula, of which the Summit Road Society is a partner. This is a program to eradicate pests and predators from the Port Hills and Banks Peninsula by 2050. This is a landscape scale change, and that is precisely the scale of what is needed. And we are in full support of Pest Free Banks Peninsula's request for support, especially the feral goat eradication program and the predator eradication programs on the extended wild side and Kaitiriti. On the Port Hills, the Society is leading efforts with Predator Free Port Hills. We have 1,200 households trapping on the Port Hills, more joining up every day. And this is about communities taking action in their own backyard to respond to the biodiversity crisis, bring birds, lizards, and invertebrates back to their own backyards. So we've been working very closely with the council on extending trapping into reserves. There was a pilot program a couple of years ago, and we've just had our second intake of parks come on board, and just wanted to highlight that this is going to need continued resourcing, because the demand from the community for community-led restoration activities, predator control, planting, weed control, is actually extremely high, and the more ranges that are provided, their time gets filled up very, very quickly, because of the level of demand that is out there from the community. And it is a very effective use of council resources to leverage the enthusiasm and energy of volunteers. We'd also like to highlight the importance of feral browser control. Feral browser control is a climate response. Forest and Bird estimate that if we were to undertake feral browser control to the lowest possible levels across the country, that would be equivalent to 15% of New Zealand's 2018 emissions. So it's significant, the amount of damage that possums, deer, goats, pigs are doing to our understory, our existing carbon sinks. The councillors will probably know about our Linderwoods Reserve, which is in Heathcote, between Rapaki Track and Castle Rock Reserve. We are in the process of developing a management plan for that, including a track network, and we would like to see the review of the management plan for Duncan Park. We have been mentioning it a few places, but we've been told it's not on the list of priorities. But actually, we think it's the gateway to Linderwoods Reserve. It's not just a standalone urban park that didn't go anywhere. Now it is the gateway to a large network of reserves, Linderwoods Reserves and the adjacent reserves, and we'd like to see it moved up in priority. A huge thank you to the rangers. They are phenomenal, the rangers of the City Council, and all the work they do to provide for public access and to enhance our biodiversity. Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust have requested continued support for Te Kākahu Kakura, a landscape scale restoration project on the southern Port Hills to establish 1,000 hectares of bush. There's already quite a lot of bush there. This initiative is about connecting those existing areas of bush, such as Kennedy's Bush, or Henetahi, or Mahu, Ahuriri Reserve. And so we're in full support of that initiative because, again, it is landscape scale change and that is what's needed. We think that the regeneration plan for the Otakaro River is transformative. That's precisely the scale of what's needed. And we'd also like to see it happen with the Opaho, with Ihutai, Whakaropo, with all our important waterways in Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. We have had input into the development of the Opaho Lower Heathcote Guidance Plan, and we'd just really like to commend the Community Board, the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, for their leadership in that space. It was a really excellent example of grassroots community involvement in the development of a restoration plan. On a related issue, we really support the planned funding for the Port Hills and Littleton Harbour Erosion and Sediment Control program, because sediment off the Port Hills is some of the biggest causes of pollution into Whakaropo, into Opaho and into Ihutai. So we feel like planting the streams of the Port Hills is absolutely needed on a landscape scale to address the environmental challenges we face. Avoca Valley, our restoration of Avoca Valley is one such example, and we are very grateful to the support the council has provided via the Sustainability Fund and in-kind support from the Rangers for that program. And over the next 10 years, we intend to restore 38 hectares of that catchment. So that is landscape scale restoration. We support bringing through the earthquake repairs to the South Library and Service Centre. That is such an asset for the community, the Beckenham Service Centre and South Library, and we, among many other organisations, use it regularly. Port Hills Management Plan. I look back through the records and the Society may have been raising this point for perhaps 20 years, but we'll keep raising it. And that we'd like to see in the development of an integrated Port Hills Management Plan. That has been on the table, then off the table, then on the table, then off the table. And we feel that there's a number of separate proposals over the year. If there's one integrated plan to address the road safety, antisocial behaviour, restoration, so all of those issues can be considered in the context of the whole, rather than as an ad hoc piecemeal approach. And lastly, I just want to let the councillors know that our long-awaited project to create a lookout and heritage education area at the car park at the side of the Bellbird has now started and will hopefully be completed in the next 4 months. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah and Tim.
Thanks, Mary, and thank you so much for all that you and the organisation does, and with the partners you've got. The Duncan Park Management Plan, because it's been a long time since that's had any sort of look at. Do you see that, because it is actually at the base of the Port Hills and connected through that way, do you think that rather than doing it as a separate thing, it could be incorporated into a wider Port Hills Management Plan?
Yes, potentially.
Yeah. So some of those other parks and reserves that are linked along the Port Hills actually should be part of an overall plan, rather than having their own separate little ones.
Yes, I think that could well be a great use of resources, because the Duncan Park plan was done around 2000, and it was a standalone park at that point in time, and things have changed significantly.
And there's some real issues with the way people use or don't use, and the gate having to go across because people aren't using it well and stuff. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Tim and then Andrew.
Thank you. And Tori Purdon just the other day mentioned the same thing with the Port Hills Authority with regards to the integrated Port Hills Management Plan and how important it is. So it's great that we're all on the same page and it's so obvious, so thank you. With regards to the rebuild of the South Service Centre and Library, and thank you for your support on that, the Opaho River Network mentioned about having some kind of education or some link with the river there. Would you see the same thing for the Port Hills, because it is right between the two?
Yeah, I think it could actually be a hub for both of those areas, both the river and the Port Hills. And indeed, the river is our boundary for predator-free Port Hills, because actually it forms a natural boundary to the Port Hills.
Absolutely.
So we'll be in full support of their proposal.
Thank you very much.
Andrew?
Thank you. This really follows on from Sarah's question about Duncan Park and the management plan. So, noting your answer to that question, the work that you're doing in the Linda Woods Reserve, obviously creating and upgrading tracks and access there, presumably a part of what you're thinking of with Duncan Park is access upgrade, track upgrade, maybe parking, signage, that sort of thing. Timing will be everything. When are you doing the work in the Linda Woods Reserve, and when would you want the Duncan Park planning work to be done to time with that? When would you want it brought forward to?
The work on the management plan for Linda Woods is underway now, and I'd say we hope to finalise that within the next year. We want Duncan Park to be the primary entrance to Linda Woods because it has parking, it has existing parking, it's got a lot of the existing infrastructure. And so ASAP.
All right, thank you.
Okay, look, thank you very much for your submission. And now I'll move on to the next submission, which is yours.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. So this is coming from myself and my whānau. This is my personal submission on the annual plan and also the proposal to increase rates in the central city. Again, climate change and biodiversity loss is something I really prioritise. I am a ratepayer in Christchurch and not particularly well off, but I also think that we need to look at what we have to do now, and we have to pay what we need to do now, look into the future. And that for too long, central and local government have not wanted to make hard decisions. They have kicked the can down the road, and now solutions are more expensive and more difficult than they would have been in the past. And I would rather pay rates now, more rates now, than have to put a double burden onto my children who are going to have to deal with hugely reducing the emissions and dealing with all the effects of climate change and biodiversity loss. And we've just seen recently that the challenges with sea level rises. This is happening now, and it is happening urgently. So that's why I am full support of cycleways. CCC has two big levers it can pull. One is transport, the other is waste. And investment in cycleways is one of the most low-hanging fruits that can be done. Now, I've been working very, very hard with my own whānau about how we can reduce our transport emissions through biking and busing. And in 1 year, we've reduced our emissions from transport by 35%. And that's what can happen when you are determined and you have the infrastructure. And key to that has been the completion of some of the cycleways that we have needed by the Northwest Arc, the linking loops. So we would like to see the ongoing support into the cycleways. Landscape scale action, restoration, weed control, predator control, all of that is needed. The National Park City status for Christchurch, I'm excited about that. And a continued focus on a holistic approach to flood mitigation through wetlands, stormwater basins and the like. People often complain about the roads, and I have a lot of sympathy for people over in the east. Sometimes you go there and you think, oh, these roads are in terrible condition. But then there's other roads where they rip up and you think, why have they done this? It seems to be a mystery to me, and it seems to be a mystery to a lot of people about what happens with roads. And I would just really like to see roads prioritised where they need to, and then the money saved, because it just seems like a huge waste of resources replacing perfectly good roads. My own road was one of them. I would like to voice the support for the drinking program in Koko Rarata. I happened to be here when Matu Payne was giving his submission last year, and it is actually shameful that Koko Rarata does not have regular drinking water yet, 150 years later. I would like CCC to work closely with Ngaitahu, and I'm full support around co-governance, especially on the Takaro-Avon River corridor. And that while you would have heard from my submission, I'm very passionate about environmental issues. I also want Christchurch to be a vibrant city for the future. I was very happy to see the council end the library fines. That was a very kind of restrictive thing that all it did was deter people from going to the libraries. I do support $6 million for the Performing Arts Precinct, and I would like to see that designed with a low carbon footprint in mind. I'm pleased to see no increase in swim lesson charges at the rec sectors, and there has been some talk about more support for those on low incomes. I would be happy for my rates to be used to support low income families to have swimming lessons, because the programs through the school are just so basic. They are not about learning to swim. They're very entry level. And my final comment was about the proposed targeting. Yes, I do support that as an incentive to get landowners to keep their properties tidy. Some years ago, I had a little part-time job leading tours around the Christchurch city post-earthquake. And I can say not much has happened several years later. All those properties are still the same and looking even more derelict. So I would like to see kind of like incentives to work with organisations like Life in Vacant Places and those kind of ones about placemaking organisations to actually do some exciting things in these spaces rather than just these very run-down demolition spaces that exist like that for absolutely years. So thank you for the opportunity to submit on the annual plan.
Thank you very much. Really impressive reduction in your personal emissions with that degree of concentration, so thank you. I've got Anne Galloway.
Kia ora. Hi.
Hi, Ed.
Fantastic savings of emissions. What about money? Have you kept a record of how much money you've saved by using public transport and biking?
Yes, I have saved money, although more the money is going out in the groceries now.
Keep the energy levels up. How do you manage it with kids and things? With
It isn't easy, and you have to be determined, but I've been doing the combination of the buses and the cycleways, and that's why I think the linking of the two is really important. My children go to a Kaipapa, which is 9 k's away by driving and 12 k's away by biking. That's actually too far for my 7-year-old to bike. So between the biking and the busing, we can make it work. So,
Celeste?
Probably more of a comment than a question, but I just want to say well done. It was a great submission, and it's good to hear that people really do want to see cycleways. I've heard people say that cyclists don't vote, so you know it's good to. I'm not one of the people that say that, but you know I think it's just really helpful to hear from people.
Sure. Thank you.
That have an opinion.
There's no need for any reference to that. So, but I think that what people are saying is that it's good to hear from members of our community that we don't always hear from. So, but we do hear from you because you've represented the Summit Road Society for a while, and I think that just the flowing on to a personal submission to address not just the environmental issues. I just really love the fact that you then went on to say that you want a vibrant city. You want this place to rock essentially for us and our children after us. Which thank you very much for that. So thank you for your submission.
Yep, thank you everybody.
Right, the next submission is the Aotearoa Ratepayers and Residents Association. Harry Stronach, good to see you again. Welcome.
Good afternoon. It would be great to be able to come here and just discuss positive events and achievements. And there have been some. I mean, the work done on Peninsula unsealed roads in the last few years has been of a far better standard than it was previously. And you deserve credit for that. There's also been the final decision about the Akrai Service Centre, and I understand the museum funding is sort of back on track, and that's good as well. But, you know, in the case of the roads, we're simply getting back to where we should have been. And the other events, Service Centre, museum and so on, if you get back to the status quo, that's not really moving forward. In the most recent General Service Satisfaction Survey, the one conducted by the Council, and I'm sure you're aware of this, your overall general approval rating is down to 49%. In the last 5 years, it's dropped from 74% to 49% and still heading downwards. In the annual plan consultation document, it effectively said, we are on the right path, we're going to carry on. Well, the evidence is that the ratepayers do not agree with that. There's a reality gap between the council on the one hand and the citizens and ratepayers on the other. Council is set on a path that's diverging from our expectations. So if it's going to be more of the same, we can predict the approval rating will continue to decline. Looking into the detail of the survey, we find that the Banks Peninsula ward maintained its position as being the most dissatisfied part of the city. So what's the underlying problem? The council is perceived as being impersonal and faceless. You've got a telephone system and a website, and sometimes it works, and often the result is frustration. What the council lacks is meaningful interaction at a person-to-person level with the population that you are supposed to be serving. The problem is that the council is not seen as serving the population at all. It is a fact, both nationally and globally in fact, that local governments are becoming increasingly autocratic. The council is becoming a controlling and instructing entity, managing rather than serving communities, and then only provided they fit the standard mould and provided that they conform. The council is perceived as being self-serving. The cynical view is that it is a self-perpetuating machine. Staff do reports, attend to projects, there's more reports, consultants get hired, they get fired, some work gets done, and along the way more staff gets employed, and the rates continue to go up to feed the machine. The ratepayers and citizens would like to think, do the staff regularly ask themselves the question, are we delivering value to the ratepayers today? Late last year, we considered the draft community strategy proposed by the council. In the draft strategy, it was hard to see anything that was a fundamental change from the previous strategy, which the staff acknowledged to have been a failure. So another case of more of the same, and that implies another loop in the downward spiral. My suggestion is that you need to engage in a meaningful way with the community much earlier in any process. For example, with the Akrai Wharf, and we recently had some discussions, another round about that, in the documents that came to light, there were minutes of meetings going back years, with rooms packed full of council people, with consultants, ECAN, other specialists and so on, and nobody was there from the community. Let's talk about some specific items like sea level rise. Depending on how well you think the human race can organise itself, and it's doing a pretty rotten job at the moment, we can guesstimate the rate of sea level rise. A median approach, Akrai will see 0.5 metre in the next 40 years and around 1 metre at the end of the century. What's that really going to mean, we ask? I understand the council have people working on what to do about all this, and that's excellent. How about coming and talking to the community, to the people about this at the outset of the work, and talking through the problem and the issues that are going to be arising, rather than just turning up later on with a solution. Partnerships need to start at the beginning. I'm not talking about council organised meetings. More people will turn up if we do the organising. Just send along somebody articulate and knowledgeable. Cruise ships. There was an article published on the council website just last Friday, 3 days ago. It said more cruise ships coming, cruise ships back to Akrai and so forth. It said that an integrated plan framework is being developed over the next few years, and this will include the opportunity for community consultation. Well, here's another opportunity to get ahead of the game. Involve the community at the outset. What are the issues, solutions, and good ideas? Destination management plan. We hear that a destination management plan is going to be created for Akrai and possibly the wider peninsula, and that Christchurch, New Zealand are in charge of this effort. There's 2 issues here. Firstly, this has been talked about for at least 5 years, or maybe more like 10, and yet nothing has actually happened. Secondly, and sadly, the subjects have been delegated to Christchurch, New Zealand, an organisation that's consistently demonstrated that they are prepared to treat local communities such as ours as expendable in their tacky pursuit of tourism growth. The Christchurch, New Zealand definition of the word sustainable means keep putting the pressure on until it almost bursts. We want real community involvement in this project from the outset. I mean, you owe that to the Akrai community. Civil defence. It rained a bit on the 15th of December, and thousands of tonnes of rock and debris came down the hillsides in the eastern bays. These things happen, and while you're busy picking up the pieces, you also wonder how often they'll happen in the future. And you also wonder what happened to civil defence, because it was nowhere to be seen. Akrai used to have a really good civil defence unit run by volunteers, but it was too hard for the city council to support that, and over the years it sort of disappeared, and I understand it didn't fit in with central planning ideas of running things. Now, 6 months after the event, there is to be a meeting in Akrai next week where council staff will finally be fronting up. Well, let's see how that goes. Over the last 6 months, in relation to that particular item, we've also noticed the repeated reluctance of council staff to come and talk to a community group. They keep wanting to deal only with individuals. But we are a group, we're a community, and we want to stay that way. And council staff need to understand that. The speed limit on State Highway 75, you might say that's not our problem, that's NZTA. Well, perhaps not quite. NZTA have proposed to lower the speed limit along the entire length of State Highway 75, and you'll be hard-pressed to find anybody who thinks that's a sensible idea. But look at the difference between this council's approach and what is happening elsewhere in New Zealand. In some areas, Napier, Taupo, Northland, local councils are listening to the concerns of their citizens and are actively standing up to NZTA. A speed reduction on State Highway 75 will be a cost, a frustration, and an inconvenience to people on the far end of the peninsula. They will be the group that's affected most. Many people are annoyed and quite upset about this. But this council came out in support of the NZTA proposal almost instantly when it was first announced, without giving any thought to whether they were representing the community. I mean, I think that's shameful. So what's the common strand here? We have been saying much the same things for years, and you have been listening to them. But not a lot has been happening on the ground. Rates keep going up, and the council approval rating keeps going down. Some effort has been made to base more council resources on the peninsula, and that's been good. But more effort is required to put real meaning into that talk about communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start with an offer. I mean, I'm completely unaware of the desire for for an overarching public meeting on civil defence, the state highway speed limit, the cruise ships, the sea level rise, and we've got an adaptation planning process which will engage each of the communities in the Banks Peninsula, because none of them are the same. The level of sea level rise may be, but the impact will be different. So Akrai is definitely on the list, and it is a community-led process, not a council-led process. So I'm going to make an offer that we just come over and have a meeting, a public meeting, and address all of these issues.
Yep. Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
Who should I liaise with about that, though?
I'm going to liaise with. I'm going to get my office to liaise directly with you.
Fine. Thank you.
Tim.
Yeah, I totally agree with you with regards to the Christchurch Akrai Highway, except for the east end or the Akrai side of Little River, where that's been an issue for some time, wanting to slow the speeds. But with regards to Napier, as far as Helmoana, south of is Helmoana and Te Wonga, etc., which is south of Havelock North and Hastings, there's been a huge reduction in speed limits, and it's been with the communities because of the road toll. So, but with the open highways there, they have kept it and have fought to keep it, but there is a really big difference. So thank you.
All right. Look, thank you very much for coming, Harry, and I'll get my office to be directly in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Friends of Akron Museum, Linda Sunderland.
That's it. Thank you.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here just to back up your very welcome decision to reverse the 10% cut in the Akron Museum's operational budget. The Friends of the Museum was so grateful for that because we could see that there was actually absolutely no room for movement within that budget. And the poor director of the museum was actually looking at cleaning of toilets and pulling out weeds, and that was the extent that the budget was getting right down to. So this is from the Friends of the Museum, and pretty much from the fact that we feel so proud of our little museum. It's a fantastic museum that everybody should be really proud of. It's a nationally significant museum, and we just want to spread the word and hope that everybody can understand why this museum is so important. So, as you can see on the screen there, that is part of the museum. That little cottage there that you've probably all been over to Akrai and you know so well is the Langlois a Tamino Cottage. It is one of 3 heritage buildings that the museum is responsible for preserving and curating under the City Council's banner. It was built in 1843 by Georges Fleury, who was one of the French settlers from the Comte de Paris that arrived in Akrai in 1840. Georges Fleury was actually in Akrai before that. He was in Akrai in 1837-38. He was on board the Cachalot when Captain Langlois thought he had bought the peninsula for France. So just that little piece within itself tells you how important this museum is nationally. So I'll carry on. Hopefully I get the right button here. Yep, great. So this is, as it says, a presentation from the Friends of the Museum. Just to highlight that we are actually not only just practical supporters of the museum and passionate members of the museum, but we also support the museum financially. And there's probably 180 members, round about that, since 2015 to 2021. We have supported the museum by around $60,000. So that's the extent to which the museum works with the Friends to make a really 100% professional museum. So we're an integral part of the community and beyond. We have members that live in Canterbury, throughout New Zealand and overseas. We're passionate about assisting the museum to preserve Banks Peninsula history and artefacts, primarily because they're important to us as local entities, but also because they're important to New Zealand as a whole. The Friends are also represented on the Akron Museum Advisory Committee, which is governed by the Banks Peninsula Community Board, and it also includes Onuku Runanga. So there's very much a bicultural element to the work that we do. This, for those of you that have been or may not have been, is the entrance to the Akron Museum. Worth noting that along the bottom of the footpath entrance, we have paving stones that are donated and inscribed by individuals, groups, families. We receive $300 for each of those paving stones, and that's one of the projects we do to help the funding of the museum. The Akron Museum itself includes 3 heritage buildings. The Langlois Tamino Cottage that we've just seen is one of them. It also has an extremely valuable collection of artefacts. It's a repository for unique items and settler families' taonga, and I can attest to that. They've got my family's special purses and various items. I'm a descendant of the French settlers. So comprehensive records relating to individual early settler families. There's a steady flow of early settler families coming through the Akrai Museum looking for information on their family, and that's a very important part of the work the museum does. It's also got in-depth information available for research, for school groups and interested parties, including an oral history program collection that the Friends are governing. So this is another of the heritage buildings. It's the Customs House, built around the early 1850s when They realised in Akrai that there was so much grog coming into Akrai and it wasn't being governed and it wasn't being kept track of, so they thought we really do need a customs house here. And this is the courthouse. Okay, so this courthouse is directly adjacent to the Akron Museum. So you've got the courthouse on one side, you've got the museum, and then you've got the Langrai Tavernel Cottage. So quite a little complex there of buildings that comprise the museum. Again, that's the cottage. We don't need to talk about that. So a very, very big thank you to the council for reversing that proposed funding cut. It was $40,000. It's a reasonable amount of money. Probably not a lot to the council, but a lot to the museum. Funding remains tight, however, for this council-owned museum. There is no funding for acquisitions, for special projects, for education, for the various groups that we get coming into the museum, and for future demands. So this is where the Friends come in, and this is where we've been compensating with funding. So here again, $58,000 between 2015 and 2021, and these are the sorts of things that the Friends of the Museum have been providing for the museum. William Watkins paintings. So Dr. Daniel Watkins was William's father. He was a surgeon superintendent on one of the first 4 ships. I can't tell you exactly which one that came into Lyttelton. He decided he liked Akrai best. He could buy 50 acres over there instead of trying to lay out swampland in Christchurch. So he and his family went to Akrai, and this son William was a fabulous painter. He's known as Will the painter, and so the Friends have bought some of his paintings. We've also placed interpretation panels in the Langrai Tavernel Cottage, bought the Stanford family Partica cabinet, which is beautifully carved out by Menzies of Menzies Bay, photographic purchases, exhibition fit-outs, other items. So on the left you can see the Partica cabinet. I could tell you how much that cost, but I'll have to find the right piece of paper. Why is the museum important? Okay, this is because the museum is in such a historical setting. It's between the 2 areas where Te Rauparaha raided Onuku, Runanga. So right between Onaui Peninsula and Onuku. And it's right in the middle of Old French town Akrai. So that was the area where the French settled. This is the only town in Aotearoa, New Zealand, that was formerly settled by the French. So that's a tip to the City Council. You're the only ones that can boast that. It's the first formal European settlement in the South Island. So it has Heritage New Zealand status as a historic town because so many of the heritage buildings remain. We were really lucky because it got to a point where Christchurch had developed to a stage where the emphasis for business went from Akrai, which meant that the buildings remained, and we're very lucky to have that. So this is just a painting by Stanley, the captain of the Brittamar, the English warship that came down to make sure the English flag was flying when the French arrived. I find it really interesting that Stanley did this painting of the French settlers. So that just shows you how well the English and French got on at that time. So there's also many other stories that the museum tells, and one that probably rings a bell for many is the birth of Frank Worsley, captain of Ernest Shackleton's Endurance. Okay, so the Antarctic Heritage Trust Young Explorers visit Akrai in the museum each year to learn about young Frank. So that's just one of the groups that actually comes to the council, to the museum, sorry. And this is a photo of our very dashing Frank Worsley, brought up in the hills of Akrai, sailed his little raft across the harbour when he was about 8 or 9 rather than get told off for coming home late. So, and the future, okay. In the future, we can see there's going to be a lot more demand for school group education particularly with the new syllabus. At the moment, we've got French groups coming, we've got social studies groups, we've got history groups, geography groups. But with the new emphasis on the new New Zealand history syllabus, there's going to be an increase. The New Zealand school curriculum is focusing particularly on Aotearoa New Zealand history. And this is where the history happened, here in Akrai. It is worth noting that what happened in Onuku was a forerunner to the treaty. This was when the British became involved and decided we need to get British governance over there in New Zealand because we cannot have our citizens running amok and encouraging wars between the various tribes like Te Rapraha did to Onuku. So families and researchers are continually looking for information. So just a little bit of, this is the council's own museum. It's a fabulous museum. You're all very welcome. We'd love to show you around if you ever come over as a group. Also very happy to give you a walking tour around the town. I take historical tours of Akrai as well. So the museum curates and preserves our national taonga as well as our local taonga. And it is a repository of information for researchers and families. It also tells our unique national and local stories. It educates our people, school children and visitors. It is very professionally run. And it exists on a budget that requires community subsidies. And as you can probably understand, with COVID, we have been really hamstrung with our fundraising events.
I'm going to have to ask you to bring this
Right.
to a close. Thanks.
Coming. There's a picture of professional exhibition and our plea to the council, this is a museum you can be extremely proud of. It's an important part to play in our national, social, cultural, historical identity. And we beg you to keep funding this beautiful, important facility so that it can meet its professional responsibilities for the curation and preservation of our taonga and the telling of our stories. So revenue available to subsidise the museum is significantly decreased by phone, which I've explained and why. Therefore, we'd like to thank you once again very, very much for reinstating that funding.
Lovely.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much for making the effort, one, to make the submission, but also to come over and present in person. That's much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
The next one is the Richmond Residents and Business Association, Rachel Corbett. It looks more like a Hayley to me.
Sorry.
Oh, no, there's a team.
No, it's Rachel as well. There's a team of us.
Who is that masked man?
There's Murray. So sorry, we weren't sure who from our committee was available to help and support Rachel today.
That's fine, that's fine.
So we
So you got us.
yeah, you got stuck with us.
Oh, it's a
sorry.
team effort. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So kia ora koutou, I'm Hayley Gulida, Murray James and Rachel Crawford.
Got it.
We are Richmond is our brand. It's the Richmond Residents Association, but we really wanted to move away from that kind of thing and have a brand about it. So the We Are Richmond brand is really about the fact that people and groups and businesses make up a community. And so that's how that came about. So we wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Rachel to this process today. We take it you've read our submission, so we won't go into that in too much detail, but one of the things that really has become apparent is working as a volunteer not-for-profit committee can be extremely exhausting, and it's really fantastic that the Strength in Communities funding enables us to hire people like Rachel to be able to be a conduit between our not-for-profit committee, our community, our people, our businesses and our groups to help activate and get the things done that we've been working on. So over the last few years, we've had some great successes in our community doing those things, but we can't sustain that forever. So we'd like to just thank you today for continuing with Strength in Communities funding and enabling that to happen. So I'm just going to pass you over to Murray, who's going to talk about some other stuff.
Lucky me. Yeah, look, volunteers get tired. And I think both Hayley in particular and I experienced that through the various volunteer things that we get involved in. But look, really wanted to begin talking to our submission with a thank you. Thank you for the Medway Bridge. It's fabulous. The whole community, pretty much without exception, finds it a healing piece of fantastic infrastructure that can only get better as our community develops and other amenity across the other side of the river develops. So big thanks to the elected members, to the staff and to the contractors that have made that possible. The next thing I'd like to emphasise is our view of the importance of the Otakaro-Avon River corridor. It's a huge part of the Richmond community. It is currently well used in its existing state, but it has so much more potential. You'll note from our submission we're a little disappointed that commentary and investment in that from perspective of Richmond appeared relatively light, certainly in comparison to which one was it, the Bill with Pegasus, which identified it as a priority. There's no such priority from a Richmond point of view. We would love it to be considered for that. It's already quite highly activated, and we think we sort of deserve a bit of recognition for that. Quick wins in that space, if there is some funding that can be put that way. One is to activate the Revolution Cafe and the whole Revolution Collective in that space, and the second is the landing, any sort of landing. Doesn't matter whether it's a big fancy ass one or just a little timber wharf that enables people to disembark on our side of the river where there's a whole lot of shit going on, as opposed to the other where there's pretty much nothing. Parks and reserves. We are of the view that our parks and reserves need a bit of attention. There's not a lot of budget allocated to them. In particular, some of the pocket parks and roading reserves that have been installed as part of reinstatement of amenity. Some of them have fallen through the gaps, haven't been maintained at all, plantings have been strangled out of existence, and it just looks pretty scruffy. Sorting the basics in respect to that would be much appreciated, and again, there's some quick wins for Richmond. Also, we are of the view generally as a community and a committee that our suburb has contributed lots and lots in terms of, I call them reserve contributions because I'm old, but development contributions from the intensification that's been going on in Richmond. We don't think we've seen a fair share of that back, and we would encourage you to take a look at that for us. Road repairs. We're pretty pleased with the relationship that our community has via David Duffy and Craig Given with council staff in respect of roading. It's great to have that level of engagement, to have that ease of communication. Again, we think we probably get the rough end of the stick with budget allocation, and if you can look into that, that would be terrific. We certainly warrant that we'll keep up that communication and point out where the priorities are, call to account when things have not quite happened as expected, but also say thanks when they've gone well. And then probably finally really is just the concept of engagement. We're an active community organisation. We've got a lot of really passionate people that are involved, tired or otherwise, and we expect and hope for high level engagement from the council. Specifically, a couple of points that we would like kept in mind in this annual plan and in future ones. 10 Shirley Road, please consider that in light of other amenity improvement projects that might exist within our community, because it's not the only one, and there are a diverse range of views about where investment could be placed for great benefit. Roading and services provision as discussed, Otakaro-Avon River corridor, hugely important. We're keen to be part of that conversation. Speed reduction, cycle routes, flood management, all things we're interested in. Certain members of our organisation are keen on that. And we would really love to enhance our commercial strip along Stanmore Road. Fair to say we actually don't know where to begin, so some assistance with that would be much appreciated. So there we go. We'll again identify Rachel. It is fabulous to have a what's the conduit? A piece of resource that can help us get more stuff done and be even more activated than we currently are. So, tēnā koutou, and over to you if you've got any questions.
Thank you for that, Tim.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much for your submission. With regards to your comment on not getting a fair share of the DC's, development contributions, there are a number of other communities that feel the same way, that are having intensification. Do you think the council perhaps may have another look at it?
We would certainly appreciate that. But we're quite lucky in Richmond that we've got quite a lot of existing amenity.
Yep.
So we're not talking about masses of dollars. We're talking about focused application of a sheer relative to the amount of intensification that's going on. And we're actually pro-development in Richmond.
And many of the other communities that have said it are, but it's just interesting. It's a reoccurring theme from many communities that are in the middle of a lot of intensification, but have perhaps older infrastructure.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for that. And Rachel, we couldn't shut you up when you come along with these two.
Don't you worry, next time.
I can hold my own.
Oh, no, it's very good.
Just to clarify your point around the roading, Murray, you said, I'm not sure if I heard it right. Did you say you're happy with the roads around your way?
No, I said we're happy with the level of engagement we have about the roading program. There's a lot of stuff that's been deferred until quite late in the long-term plan. We would, of course, love to have it brought forward, but we're also realistic about how council can apply its budget.
Well, yeah, because other people from your area have even brought in photos and said, look, this is how terrible this looks. And then some of us in other parts of town, I had a complaint last week where a road was being resealed and they didn't want it done. They're like, our road's not that bad. Why is it not somewhere else? So just good that you come in, you've clarified that. You're happy with the engagement, just not happy with the actual application.
Look, there are some road parts in North Richmond that are very poor. But there's also been quite a lot of energy put into renewing certain parts of it. Through the middle of North Richmond, it's pretty ordinary. But we know we're on the list, right? We made sure all those projects are on the list through direct engagement with council staff. We're happy with that process because hopefully it means that, we might be waiting till 2027 or 28, but it will actually get done.
Right, sooner. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Look, thank you very much for your submission. It's very useful and it is great to have some capacity to assist the local community. So it's great to meet you and great that you're sort of on track and that we can contribute in some way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou.
Now I've got North Canterbury Federation Farmers next. I'm told Nick Clark is here in person, but with all these masked men around the place, it's always hard to tell. And we've got Pam Richardson and Hamish Craw joining us by Zoom. So is it you, Nick, who's going to start off?
Yes, I'll start off. Thanks.
Over to you. Thank you,
Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for the time to present North Canterbury Federated Farmers' submission on the City Council's draft annual plan. I'm Nick Clark, a policy manager based at Federated Farmers Christchurch office, and on the screen, hopefully, is Hamish Craw, who's Federated Farmers Banks Peninsula branch facilitator, and Pam Richardson, a long-standing member of Federated Farmers who you'll be very familiar with, no doubt, former Banks Peninsula Community Board member and chair of the Council's Rural Forum. Before getting underway, I'd like to say that we've appreciated the engagement we've had with the Council over the past 12 months in particular, and in particular with the Deputy Mayor and Banks Peninsula Ward Councillor Andrew Turner. We've had really good discussions and we certainly feel well engaged with over the past 12 months, so thank you. We're also pleased the Council has established a rural forum to improve its consideration of rural issues, and we have 10 minutes, so in the interest of time, I think it's 10 minutes, looks like it. So in the interest of time, I'll assume the submission's been read, and I'll ask Hamish and Pam to each make brief comments in support of the submission. So first up, Hamish, hopefully.
As you'll see, our submission is short. Unlike last year, there are no contentious proposals impacting rural ratepayers. We're pleased the Council decided last year not to proceed with the proposal to extend the land drainage targeted rate across the whole district, including properties that are not serviced by land drainage infrastructure. That would have cost farmers thousands of dollars in higher rates for no benefit and came after no prior consultation or engagement. We appreciate the council is listening to us, and it's good that the proposal has not been revisited in this year's draft annual plan. The establishment of the Rural Forum will hopefully mean unpleasant surprises like
Oops, you're just turning into a Dalek. Sorry, I don't know if you watch Doctor Who, but that's what you sound like. Do you want to switch off? Can I interrupt and ask you to switch off your camera? That might help us hear you. I probably sound like a Dalek too, I think.
The organised system to that sent out in the 6% in the car.
Can you hear me?
Federated Funds is concerned about increasing costs and prices.
Hamish.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Okay, right. We couldn't hear a single word you just said. You sounded like a Dalek.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if you should switch off your camera, which I usually discourage, but on this occasion, perhaps we could hear you better if you switch off your camera. Try again.
Is that better?
That is better.
Okay. As you'll see, our submission is short. Unlike last year,
we heard that. No, we heard a lot of it. It was just towards the end. You turned into something from Doctor Who.
Hamish, I think.
Oh, okay.
Go back to Nick, and he can update you on where we got to.
So, Hamish, we got to the point where you said it was great that the council listened to us about the land drainage rate, and you also mentioned the Rural Forum.
Yeah, we definitely heard,
So heard that. I
and
think
we
it
were
was
having
more
warm fuzzies at
towards
the moment.
I think it was when you were talking about numbers like percentage increases and that.
Oh, yeah. Turning to this year's annual plan, we note that the proposed overall average rates increase for the coming year will be 4.96%, similar to that set out in the long-term plan. Although this increase is lower than the 6.9% current rate of inflation, Federated Farmers is concerned about increasing costs and prices. I'm sure you're all mindful of how rates increases impact people and businesses both directly and indirectly at a time of inflationary pressure. My advice to the council is keep focus on its capital and operating spending to ensure they continue to provide strong value for money and should keep looking at better ways of doing things. With regard to specific rates proposals, we're comfortable about the proposed change to wheelie bin curbside collection in the Wairere area based on the general positive feedback from community consultation. I'll now hand over to Pam, who would like to talk about roading and recent floods.
Okay, am I there yet?
Yep, you're fine, Pam.
Oh, thank you. Look, I'm delighted to join by Zoom and that we need to be seeing these ongoing as we're going through these issues of earthquakes and COVID or whatever it might be, that it's a good way to go and it's actually saving us a lot of petrol. So I'm just talking about really very briefly about the associated floods and the impact on our communities served by council infrastructure, especially the roads. And the roads are the key network and they're our lifeline. And we need to ensure that they're well maintained. And we're pleased that council has maintained the level of funding for rural roads, and there's been some considerable improvements in the way the road maintenance has been undertaken. But we need to see that ongoing improvement and ongoing funding spent on the improvements to our culverts and the way our roads are managed. Reinstating the roads damage following the recent storm events, well, it was incredible. It was a challenge, but it was done extraordinarily well, and really welcomed the newsletters that were sent out regularly. And in the context of those storms and flooding, we need to see an improved relationship with the emergency management group, of which we've already started to see that. So delighted to be working, and we need to make sure that we can continue during holidays when everybody goes away on holiday. That was one of the major issues we had during the storm event. Everybody had gone, and we didn't know who was in place to step in the gap. So I'll leave it there. We'll leave it there, and if there are any questions. But we're looking forward to the Rural Forum next year.
Lovely, thank you. Right. Did you want to add anything, Nick?
No, I think they've said enough.
Covered enough?
It's all good.
Okay, so,
Questions?
councillors, any questions? No, I mean, I just thought it was incredibly welcome, the proposal to have a forum, and I think that the concept is one that is a much preferable way to go. No surprises, and working in a much more sort of kind of open to and fro manner, so that we can get these things
Absolutely
addressed.
No, thank you very much, and again, just really appreciate all the the great engagement we've had over the last year in particular, and hopefully that'll continue under the next council.
I'm just saying, I'm terribly sorry that it was kicked off by an approach that is less than satisfactory, but I'm glad that that's been the outcome.
Certainly has.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Could we thank especially Andrew Turner?
Of
Can you
course
hear me,
may.
or am I?
You've got 2 minutes and 6 seconds left.
Yeah, well, look, could we really thank Andrew for working alongside us very closely? We've had a fine relationship, a sound relationship that has continued to build over the last 6 years or more, and we will certainly miss Andrew for his skill and his understanding of Banks Peninsula and its funny foibles. And so, thank you very much, Andrew. And those other councillors who have an interest in Banks Peninsula. We are a team, and we are part of the city, and we enjoy providing the backdrop to the city. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think, often the rural aspects of some of the reform programs that are going on at the moment simply wouldn't be front of mind if it wasn't for the merger between Christchurch City and Banks Peninsula a number of years ago. And I think that has added some depth to our understanding to some of these issues, particularly in RMA reform, Three Waters, those sorts of things. And it's been incredibly helpful. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Right, the next one is the Pukeko Centre Incorporated. Andrew Westall, I think, is here.
That's right. Afternoon, everybody. So my name is Andrew Westall, so I'm one of the committee members at the Pukeko Centre. I'm sure you're aware, obviously, we've got the proposed funding and the draft annual plan for our facility. So I just wanted to come along today. I guess we've already put forward a written submission, but I think important today just to give you a bit of an update on where we've got to since we put that written submission in. So I won't talk about who we are. I think you're probably all aware of that. But if you have any questions on that, please fire away at the end. So where we've got to in terms of budgets and funding, we're talking about stage 2C there, which is the superstructure. So the proposal that's in the draft annual plan is for 400,000, 2 lots of 200 from the council. And some of the conditions of that is that we need to match fund that, and it also needs to go towards having a facility open and operational. So since we saw those conditions, we've gone out, and I'm really pleased to be able to tell you today we've already raised the 400. So that's already in the bank to match what's proposed from council. And we've also sat down with our contractor, and again, happy to say that 900 for stage 2C can be slightly reconfigured in terms of the program, which will get a hall up and open and operational. So they were two of the big things we wanted to be able to sit down and talk about today. The final costing and everything will be determined by the contractor as we get a bit closer, but we have made some really good progress towards being able to satisfy those two conditions should the proposal go ahead. That's just a bit of a graphical representation of the same thing essentially. But I think what it shows is on the left-hand side there is that we've raised, assuming we get the 400 from council, which is the blue bit at the top. The red bit underneath that is the 400 we've raised in the last month or so. We're at 70% of funding the full project, which was a $3.5 million project when it kicked off in 2015. And that will also get us to about a 70% completion of the project as well. The remaining stuff, we'll get that done, but it's not critical to having the hall up and open and generating revenue and facilities for the community. The other thing probably to just talk about is the existing Parklands Community Centre, which is owned by the council at the end of the street where our facility is proposed. So we previously had a recreation coordinator employed who delivered the various programs and things that we run into the community and the local schools. She left us for a job in Taranaki in late December last year. So due to COVID, the decision was made not to replace her at the time, but rather to roll those programs out in collaboration with our colleagues at the Eastern Sports Hub. With what's happening now, things starting to open up again, we're about to recruit a replacement recreation coordinator, and part of that role we're having a serious look at picking up the management of the council-owned facility at the end of the street. So we looked at it a couple of years ago. It didn't go ahead due to COVID and a few other things. But with this new potential recreation coordinator, we think it's a great opportunity to activate that council facility. And certainly the inquiry and interest we've had from user groups suggests that there's more than enough patronage for both this facility and our hall when it gets built, and having it all managed under one umbrella just makes a lot more sense to getting it activated and properly used within the Parklands community. And again, I won't go through all this because you'll have seen it. That's just a list of all the various proposed users that we have for the hall. Probably just a couple to touch on are the bottom right-hand corner, which is Parafed. So we've been heavily engaged with Parafed from the outset of sort of getting this hall concept underway, with us likely to commence construction sort of August, September, assuming we get the council ratification. Then we'll be looking for Parafed to sign a permanent agreement to have their office space within our facility. It'll be the home for their organisation, and obviously they'll be a major user of the facility. And the other one is the Parkview Parua Primary School, which are our neighbours. They don't have a school hall at the moment, so unfortunately the earthquake payout from the Ministry of Education wasn't sufficient for them to restore a school hall. That school's grown to a roll of about 450. Their existing hall, I think, holds about 150. So at the moment they can't have full school assemblies or school events, so they will use our sports hall effectively as their school hall because it's right next door. So there'll be a gate and a fence and the kids will be able to walk through. So it's not only providing a recreation facility for Parklands community, it's actually providing a school with a much needed school hall as well. So that's probably enough from me. Does anybody have any questions?
No.
Just say congratulations on raising the money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting. I mean, I love the Pakiko Centre concept, the merging of the different codes. It's great. Fantastic.
Cool.
Just keep on keeping on.
Yeah, well, as I say, I think we've said to the contractor that we're pretty much ready to go, contingent on you lovely people signing that piece of paper for us, because that really is the catalyst. I mean, you guys got us started with some money that you gave us to get the foundations underway for the hall, and that's it's just amazing when we've been putting these funding grant applications in, when we've been able to say that we've potentially got in the proposed draft annual plan another 400,000 from the council. I don't think that's in any small reason why the other funding grant providers have come to the party, and we've got that other 400 matched. So
we kind of realise that often it's not the amount that we put in, it's the fact that we're contributing, and
absolutely.
Then the other funders go, oh yeah, no, they're good with that, we're good with that too. So that's the plan.
And I think that last bit is also kind of the easiest bit to raise as well, because we've got any number of other funding grant providers who've said, you come back to us when you need the last 100 or the last 200, because they all want to be the ones to finish it, and we get that, but actually getting someone to start it. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
No, that's fine. That's
Cool.
great. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, we now come to a break in the traffic, and we're due back here ready to start on the dot, 4 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, all you have to do is
Thank
iron
you,
the
councillors.
collar.
It's 4 o'clock and
Oh.
the live stream will be underway again, so I appreciate very much that, that there's a lot of excitement and interest in the annual plan submissions that we're listening to today. So the next one is the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and we have Penny Carnaby and Kate White. Thank you for coming in.
Penny, come and sit here. Okay. I think that's right.
Here? Which one? Oh, yeah, okay. Kia ora, ngā mihi nui o tēnei rā, ko Penny Carnaby tōku ingoa. I'm the chair of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and Kate White is with me, a long-term trustee of the trust and ecologist, and will be able to answer all your questions about conservation covenanting. So look, it is a pleasure to present this submission, and it is an extraordinary story, I think, of what collaboration does when you get agencies and community working together. I think we should be so damn proud of what's happening in the name of biodiversity on Banks Peninsula. We particularly want to thank the council for your support of us in this work over the last 10 years. And we particularly want to give a real shout out for the Parks team in the council. We're kind of like a big family. We work together so closely, and they really are amazing, as are the biodiversity team as well in the council. We grateful for all of the funding that we've had, and I'm going to outline the detail of that in a minute. But it is really great to see the council supporting. One of the signatures of the Conservation Trust is that we have the ability to bring together the landowners on Banks Peninsula, which are about 90% of the ownership of land on the peninsula is in private hands, and together with the agencies and other conservation areas. So we want to thank you for your ongoing support of the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula program, where we bring together 14 organisations to really look at targeting the pests on Banks Peninsula, and that's going extremely well. We thank you for the support for the feral goat eradication. You saw Pam Richardson earlier. It is hundreds of goats have been culled, and we look like feral goats, and we look like we'll reach the target of elimination, eradication, I never know which to use, ahead of the 2024 target. It is just a really, really good story, and that's collaboration of the private landowners and people like Pam Richardson. So that's a good story. And we thank you for supporting the collaboration around Te Kahukura in the southern Port Hills, from Gebby's Pass right round to Mount Victoria. That footprint's extending. And a couple of weeks ago, you were a signatory to the MOU along with 18 other organisations and agencies. Collaboration is the name of the game in terms of biodiversity, and this funding supporting the trust in terms of our operations grant to bring that together to the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, feral goat eradication, Te Kahukura. Please keep going, because in terms of biodiversity, it's just so important. It's important for you in terms of, as we think about climate change, the Otatahi Climate Resilience Strategy, carbon sequestration is what we want to offset some of the more damaging impact of carbon with transport and things. And Banks Peninsula are really the lungs of the city of Christchurch in terms of biodiversity and carbon sequestration. It's really important that we understand that. So what I want to focus on in our submission, and this is an ongoing conversation with councillors, and we've been really grateful for councillors Templeton, Cotter and Turner bringing together some discussions across council with the staff. And our proposal is, and that's an ongoing conversation, and that letter is at the back of our submission, and it gives you an idea of what we're talking about. And we're proposing. What I want to talk about is the importance of covenanting. It doesn't sound all that exciting, but it really is, because covenanting, Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust is, I think, the only independent conservation covenanting organisation in New Zealand, and we sit alongside the same legal framework as the QE2. And when a landowner chooses to covenant, it is a hugely good investment for biodiversity, because while we need the upfront costs, and that's why we're asking for bulk funding of $250,000 a year for fencing, for all of the ecological surveys, once something is covenanted, it's there in perpetuity. So you pay once and it keeps delivering for you forever. So I think in terms of return on investment, I know it sounds, covenants are far more important than that, but it is really special to see what's happening on the peninsula. We're looking at landscape scale projects now with the wild side from Akaroa right the way round to Cairns Bay. 25% of that area of 13,500 hectares is now protected in some way, either through council covenant or QE2 Banks Peninsula Conservation Covenant. And if you can see, what we're trying to do is join up all of those corridors. Your recent investment in Te Ahu Pataki, if you think of that footprint, over the other side is a huge covenant, a Banks Peninsula Conservation Covenant, and some more land. So there's another landscape scale of joining up the environment. Te Kahukura is a whole tapestry of covenants. So we really ask you to think about supporting, rather than us coming cap in hand to you each time, which is really intensive time with your staff and our staff. We could be much more strategic if we had certainty of funding each year for covenanting, because we could bulk buy with the council for fences. We could share a whole lot of things, and basically we could start getting strategic about the covenants and the conversations we have with the landowners on a catchment by catchment basis. And without being too boastful, if you look at Dr. David Norton's view of the importance of Banks Peninsula, the biodiversity on Banks Peninsula, it's not just to the city of Christchurch. It is the biodiversity jewel in the Crown of Canterbury, and the sort of things we're trying to achieve on a landscape scale it's I believe an exemplar for New Zealand, and we don't make enough of it. The council is putting an amazing effort into biodiversity in this city and on the peninsula, and I think that there is a story that needs telling, but this funding is absolutely crucial to us, and it's just a better way of spending the same money, and I think that's the conversation we've been having with councillors. So I think I will finish there. I think really we've that's probably all I need to say, except I do want to take this opportunity, Andrew, to thank you for your huge contribution to the Banks Peninsula, your support of the Trust, your support of biodiversity. You and Glenn hopefully will enjoy walking in the gorgeous environments that you've been so important in helping to foster. So I do want to thank you for that.
Thanks, Penny. Any other questions? Any questions? Sarah.
Thanks so much, Penny. And just to make it clear for everyone, this isn't asking for additional funding. This is just a way of delivering the existing funding and finding a way to do that in a more efficient way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's funding us differently, and by that certainty, I believe delivering a lot more and enabling us to be strategic about where we invest in governance and the conversations we have with the council and landowners.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. It's not asking for more.
And if it's able to be done...
It's leveraging, really.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if it's able to be done for, several years and you've got the certainty, but also maybe not the entire amount of funding if we needed to keep a small bit aside for just in case stuff for other groups and things too.
Look, this is, as you can see from our submission, there's a demand for it.
Absolutely.
And that's the issue. But we obviously will be grateful for what we get, but that is the amount that we could easily use better. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And then it saves the council staff having to come and write reports for each individual application to us for an individual decision every time.
Much more efficient. It is much more efficient, and I kind of remake the point that you invest once and it's there in perpetuity. That's the power of a covenant.
The other thing about covenanting is, but that's an aside from the funding, and is the whole process that you go through as an educational process, and it's a community learning process, and people talk to each other. Can't help noticing that North Canterbury Federated Farmers Submission, there are 2 Banks Peninsula landowners, we're well ahead because we've been having this conversation for 20 years, and and so that's another component. Right. It's really not got any value. You can't value those things, but another thing.
Thanks.
Look, thank you very much for your submission. It's much appreciated, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have David Miller. So first of all, on behalf of Pest Free Banks Peninsula, and then please stay at the table and be David Miller in your own right. Kia ora and welcome.
Kia ora tātou, everybody. Nice to see you all again, and thank you for this opportunity to talk with you again about Pest Free Banks Peninsula. It's always a bit daunting following Penny Carnaby. She's a fabulous communicator and a lovely, warm person, and I can't help but seeing my own deficiencies in the light of all of that. Nevertheless, thanks again it's good to be in the room, and thank you for giving Banks Peninsula such a good hearing today. So I'm here initially to talk about Pest Free Banks Peninsula, and you would have seen the submission. So what I thought I would do is just give an update on what we've been able to achieve. We've had 2 massive constraints, as you'll all be only too aware of. One, of course, is COVID, and that's directly impacted our operational work on the ground for Pest Free. But also we had the catastrophic deluge on December the 15th last year, and I'll talk a little bit more about that down the line. Penny talked about the Te Kakahu Kahokura launch event earlier in April, and about the feral goat eradication work. We're just about to start that again in Peraki, and we've had, as she said, remarkable results from professional musterers and hunters so far in Little Akaloa, Kinloch and Orton Bradley. We do aim to eliminate feral goats from the peninsula within 3 years. Excuse me. Of course, the focus on feral goat elimination has also cast a light on the elimination of feral pigs and feral deer, and we're conscious of the tensions that the comparisons can raise within the community. The Feral Pig Committee met very recently, and the Conservation Trust has now signed an MOU with the Rod Donald Trust, which will enable $15,000 of funding to get surveillance and trapping started for feral pigs. But with Pest Free, our 2 key areas of focus are Kaiteriti and the extended wild side. So since January the 1st this year in Kaiteriti, we've obtained permissions from Taumutu and Ngaitahu. We've installed and serviced 70 infrared cameras in a grid across the pointy end of the spit. We've had support from 2 Lincoln University students, one researching on how to increase capture rates and another on how to investigate camera footage to predict population decline in line with our overall aspirations. After waiting 11 months for equipment to arrive, we've set 50 remote reporting traps on Kaiteriti. We've also now have around 200 traps live and are tweaking the system to ensure everything is working well before scaling that up even further. We had a joint feral cat trapping pulse alongside Doc in April. We caught 9 feral cats and 54 hedgehogs, and during the same period, Doc caught 19 and 25 hedgehogs and 1 ferret, and 2 Kahu harrier hawks were caught and released unharmed from the multi-species traps we've been using. If you're interested in the body count, since mid-March, we've caught 145 hedgehogs, 41 feral cats, 20 possums and 11 mustelids. This is really important for the banded dotterel populations on the peninsula. Every feral cat reduces the risk to those populations significantly. On the extended wild side, we've engaged with 16 landowners, getting permissions to undertake activities for the possum project. We've given them 113 traps for the control of mustelids and feral cats. We've cut over 3 kilometres of new tracks through really horrible, nasty, gnarly gorse and some horrible gullies. We've started to redesign the stoat control trap lines. We've reviewed and reported on camera monitoring results. And on the wild side, we've worked with Doc to monitor titi populations. It seems they've not been too badly affected by the deluge last Christmas, which of course is great news. We also have an exciting trapping initiative with the Akrai area school, which is going to kick off late this month. And we've got new permissions from Doc to undertake knockdowns of possum populations using bait stations within that area. Other developments, you would have heard earlier on from Marie Gray. We have 1,200 households actively participating in the Predator-Free Port Hills program. We've employed 12 staff, many of whom are locally based on the peninsula. And because innovation is so essential to our success, we're working closely with researchers and innovators from the Cacophony Project, Zero Invasive Predators, Lincoln University and the University of Canterbury. About the floods, I've been doing oral histories of landowners affected by the floods. Many of them hardened, experienced, decades plus involvement on the peninsula as landowners and farmers. Many of them thought that was the last night they would be on the planet. The threat and the sense of threat from that deluge is hard to anticipate unless you've been down there and seen the extraordinary damage caused. We decided to stop talking about possums that evening and to see how we could help landowners who were most directly affected, and we assisted landowners where we could. This continued into February with the assistance of key partners. We ask a lot of our landowners on the extended wild side. We felt the least we could do would be to help them through pest-free's workforce. We spent nearly 50 labour days in doing so. We lost 4 cameras and up to 50 traps. Big shout out to Paul Devlin and the Parks team for the massive support they gave subsequent to that event. At the end of my submission, you will see I'm asking for continued council support. We're not asking for an increase, but we really appreciate the input that the council has made to make pest-free possible. It's been a substantial and meaningful and visible contribution. We're desperately grateful to you for that. We're hoping for a continuation of a $90,000 contribution, $40,000 for the feral goat eradication program and 50,000 towards the pest-free elimination program. We also want to acknowledge the support of council personnel. Andrew, you've been a fantastic supporter of Pest-Free Banks Peninsula through your engagement on the project oversight group. We thank you very, very much for the attention and the time and the quality time you've given to that. And the Parks Ranger team have just been immense as well. So we look forward to continuing collaborating with the council as we go forward. Thank you very much. Open for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Thank you all for your support. I mean, we couldn't do it without you, and you're one of our key founding partners in the project. So.
Well, I mean, it seemed a lot bigger when you first came with the ask than it feels like today. So I think if the investment hadn't been taken up, and I want to acknowledge you and the team, then we would be in a far worse position today than we are. So, you know, it's job well done, but job to be done. Yep.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's been an amazing collaboration. Pest-Free is just the sort of administrator of this project, but with 14 partners, with lots of on-the-ground collaboration, you know, the landowners are partners too, and there are hundreds of them. So our gratitude to you all is unbounded.
Great. Well, it's ditto. So there's reciprocity in the unboundedness of the of the gratitude.
Unbounded reciprocity. That's a squash ball, isn't it? Going backwards and forwards.
That's a very good point. David, I'll invite you to make your personal submission now.
Thank you. So this is a personal submission from myself and from Carol, my wife.
Carol would like to join you. No, she's shaking.
I would love it if she did, but she's supporting from where she is. And of course, the glamour would simply distract from the veracity of the argument I'm about to put to you. So, yeah, this is in support of Linda Sunderland, who is our new wonderful chair of the Friends of Akron Museum. And as she mentioned, the restored funding ensures continued levels of support for our cherished peninsular institution. And in her submission, she also showed how Foam has been subsidising the City Council to the tune of around about $10,000 a year. And that's not for, it's for the occasional acquisition, but essentially it's in support of the ongoing routine activities that the museum undertakes. So, Leanne and all of you, you'll be, if you remember my previous submissions, you know I couldn't walk out of the room without having made a request for increased funding in some areas. With forecast inflation, the restoration of funding to the previous operational budget level is an effective reduction in ongoing operational funding. So we respectfully ask that councillors and staff bear in mind that the museum actually needs a small increase in its operational funds if it's to stand still. Foam's support is guaranteed, but the level of it is unpredictable because we rely on support from the local population in our fundraising events, and we've seen what's happened to those over the last couple of years. So we respectfully propose that the council considers an annual increase of $10,000 in the operational budget for Akron Museum to ensure that the high quality of service can be maintained going forward. It may be too much to ask in this round, but we ask, you know, I'm in the biodiversity business, that means planting seeds. So this is a seed I'm planting for your future consideration. But again, on behalf of Carol and myself, thank you very, very much for restoring the operational funding to its pre-annual plan level. And on behalf of Carol and myself, we want to thank Andrew again. You've been a fabulous supporter of Foam and of the museum in your tenure as our representative. And Madam Mayor, Leanne, you too, we thank you for your principled leadership during some awful times for our city. We've always felt that we had a listening person at the head, and thank you for your public service, and thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, well, you'll get another opportunity, perhaps less friendly, when I come over and do a public meeting very shortly in Akrai. So it might be an opportunity for a broader reflection on the challenges that are faced, with the small district council components and the bigger city funding scheme of things. And it always has been a challenge, which was why it was a challenge to put back the funding for the museum. So it's really appreciative that you've made those comments. Has anyone got any questions for David? No. Well, again, thank you and Carol for what you do for the community. It is literally without people like you, these things just wouldn't happen. So
we're so lucky to be part of such a community, though. We're privileged to be a part of it. So
it is a great community, and
really
I look forward to seeing you in Akrai soon.
Good. The welcome mat is warmly open, and thank you all.
Right, the next one is the Friends of the Christchurch Botanic Gardens, Jane Cohen Harris and Jeanette Christensen.
This up because it's so long. Sorry, I have an impossibly low chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the president of the Friends of the Christchurch Botanic Gardens, and Jeanette Christensen is the immediate past president and also volunteer organiser and coordinator at Mona Vale. Friends have about 200 members, and this submission represents them as well as interested locals to Mona Vale. And we have only been involved more in the volunteer side at Mona Vale for the last year. Okay. So following from the submission, the main points are that the repair and restoration of the Mona Vale bathhouse was spade ready in 2017 at a cost of $550,000. Since then, the repairs have been disappointingly moved out of the long-term plan to 2029. We're concerned at not only the ongoing degradation of the building, but also the significant increased cost of repair, estimated at $626,000 for 2029, though likely to exceed that, as we all know. Costs go up a lot. The roof alone would cost a significant amount to repair should it collapse. The Mona Vale bathhouse is small in comparison to other heritage buildings, but it's an integral and essential part of the Mona Vale experience. Mona Vale is the second largest public garden in Christchurch and attracts many visitors, both local and out of town. Restoration of the bathhouse presents a great opportunity to house semi-tropical plants, which would create another important botanical collection for the city and can be managed by the experienced Mona Vale gardening team. And the bathhouse is an ideal building to promote and present the collection to the public. Our survey of visitors and friends of the gardens indicates high public support for the restoration of this building. Staff and guides are frequently asked about when it's going to be repaired, and we do regular walks around Mona Vale. The repairs also support the Council's promotion under the current Parks and Heritage Management Activity Plan to, quote, recognise and protect heritage places and items and facilitate the use of this heritage building. If the Council approves moving the restoration of the bathhouse back to the current annual plan, the Friends of the Christchurch Botanic Gardens are happy to support this restoration by holding a major fundraising event at Mona Vale in 2023.
Now, Jeanette's going to give a little bit more from the historical background as well of the bathhouse.
Yes, can you hear me? I guess many of you will remember that the bathhouse came to fruition under Annie Townend's ownership of Mona Vale in 1905. 1906 on. However, before the earthquake, it had fallen into disrepair. It's a wooden structure with rods to hold the windows, and it's quite a specialist building to fix or maintain. But for 10 years before the earthquakes, it had fallen into disrepair. But before the earthquakes happened, about 2 years before that, they actually got it back up to standard, or it was on the council's operations budget to put it back to standard. It was housing then for 18 months before the earthquake. It was open to the public. There were chairs and tables in there, and it was housing a collection of rare semi-tropical plants. And I'd just like to add that recently we have had a gentleman who propagates plants for the Christchurch Canterbury Horticultural Society, and he was actually given 2 Chilean bellflower plants that were given to him by Tracy Goff's gardener way back in 1939 or just after that. And he has been propagating those 2 plants for some time. He has just given them back to the staff at Mona Vale, some plants that we could also house in there. So that would add another aspect of the history to the bathhouse. And I guess we just urge the City Council to take the opportunity of have the Friends work with them to help restore this very valuable but small historic building, the last one to be restored in Mona Vale. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No? I think people are very, very comfortable with, well, we actually would like to thank you for all of the work that you do. The number of community organisations that have been appearing in front of us to describe, you know, what have been incredibly ambitious programs but could never have been done by the council on their own. So it's really great to have you here making the submission, and I know that this place means a lot to everyone who's sitting around the table, and thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Right, the next one, oh, I don't know, do we have do we have James online yet? No. Do we?
He's got a personal one annexed.
Oh, I see, same guy. Okay, so that's 4:50. That's 20 minutes away. So I guess we'll just take another quick little adjournment. 20 minutes or 15 minutes. So we'll come back here and hopefully he'll be able to join us at 4:45. Thank you. Everyone, we're just going to come back online now, and we have James Barber from Extinction Rebellion Otatahi via audio visual link, and here he is here. Hello, James. And once we've completed the Extinction Rebellion Otatahi submission, we'll move straight into James's individual submission. So over to you, James.
Right, kia ora koutou. E te tuatahi ake mihi ki te iwi o tēnei wahi, me te hitiri me te whakapapa o te wahi nei. E te tuatahi a mata mihi nui ki a koutou, i o koutou whakarongo mai. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. In terms of the Extinction Rebellion Otatahi submission, now is probably not the longest one you've got, but it's one of the long ones I've written. The key point that we want to really stress is that the council really needs to reflect the urgency of the climate crisis in its planning. If the council is actually going to halve emissions by 2030, which is certainly what is required by the science, then this actually needs to be, everything that the council does needs to be consistent with that. If that's actually going to happen, every decision made by the council needs to be consistent with that. And I get that, and we understand that that is not easy. Thankfully, you are actually a rather large organization with quite a few paid staffers who could actually do that. And there is the ability there for decisions to actually go through a little climate framework and to see whether or not that's actually consistent with a goal of halving emissions by 2030. In terms of the more specific points of our submission, most of those, I think, are fairly self-explanatory. Cycling infrastructure, it's very important that that continues. Community infrastructure, investing in communities is, in terms of livable communities and stuff like that, is also very important. Public transport, incredibly important and needs to continue. And we make a little note there about the state of the city's bus shelters, which quite frankly don't provide an awful lot of shelter. And a little point there with note that the fact that there's also a sort of equity issue there as well, because it tends to be people on lower incomes who use public transport. The third point we've got here is perhaps a little weird and finicky one, but I think is actually quite an important one. So this is to do with, it says playgrounds in the title, but really it's about civic amenities. And so if you're actually trying to encourage people to use active transport, then it's actually very important that a lot of civic amenities are provided. It's very easy, if you have a car, to hop in the car and drive home to go use the loo. But actually, if you're traveling by foot or by bike, that's actually a bit more challenging. So it is, or say if you get really thirsty, once again, it's easy to pop into a car, drive home to have a drink of water. But once again, amenities such as public toilets and drinking fountains would seem rather dull, but actually they're really important. And I'd say that it's important that those are provided in as many public spaces as possible, and that's why it's noted down as playgrounds, because that's sort of one of the big communal public spaces that the city council manages. And note that there are quite a few which do not in various suburbs. And so that would actually be one thing which seems very dull and insubstantial, but could actually do quite a service in terms of making active transport more possible. The other points there in terms of council-owned companies. So once again, it's actually very important that the council-controlled organisations are also consistent with plans. Now, I understand that these are held at arm's length by legislation, by central government, but actually, if, once again, emissions are going to be halved by 2030, which the science says needs to happen, then, and if this legislation is a barrier, say, for example, Christchurch International Airport has its own governing strategy, and, it sits at somewhat arm's length from the city council, and that's due to legislation, then I would suggest that the city council work with other city councils to push for changes to said legislation to allow for greater control of council organisations so that they can be consistent with action on issues such as climate change. You, of course, have probably heard time and time again people complaining about the Terrace Airport plan, but that is, of course, a large example. Now, I get that the council has limited ability and limited scope to tell Christchurch International Airport what to do. It does do, I think, annual statements or something like that. But once again, if legislation is a barrier, then the city council should actually work and advocate to central government to get the legislation changed. Additionally, we have other examples, such as, for example, the Littleton Port Company, which is regularly involved with imports of blood phosphate and coal, neither of which are particularly desirable at the moment in terms of a climate crisis. Of course, blood phosphate has with it the added point about the connections to the Moroccan occupation of Western Sahara, which has been historically quite brutal. And once again, if legislation is in the way, then the city council should actually advocate to central government about that. Okay, those are really the points in terms of what we have from Extinction Rebellion or Totahi, talking to those key points in our submission, but obviously you already have the bulk of the submission. So now that gives me time for questions.
For sure. So, questions? Jimmy Chin.
Only one question. You mentioned the playground. Every playground need a public toilet and a drinking fountain. But we are aware in citywide we have bigger scale playground or small size local playground. Whether you have any distinguish or not.
Did you pick that up, James?
So the question was about large playgrounds versus small playgrounds.
Yeah, well, I think what he was saying was that, that in terms of the provision of services at the playground itself, some playgrounds are specifically focused on people who live within walking distance. So slightly different issue than the larger parks. I think that was the point that he was making. Would you agree?
Yep, Kate Marama. So Shirley Green, I believe, is one example of a quite large park which does not have drinking fountains or public toilets. There are a few around the city. Now, I understand that there's a statement that, the idea is that people would live nearby and walk to these, but to be perfectly honest, actually a lot of people drive. And one of the reasons for that in terms of a lot of playgrounds is that it's kind of socially acceptable for the kid to have a wee in the bushes. It's not really that socially acceptable for an adult. So I understand that, of course, there are limited resources and that there's a cost associated with extra amenities. But that is just one example.
But you would support the idea that perhaps there may be some gaps in our playground network that might need to be addressed, so that we could have a look at that.
It's a very good idea.
Yeah. Mike Davidson.
So, thank you for your presentation. Just another quick question around the playgrounds, as well as obviously water and toilets. What about shading? Do you think that's important that we look at that when we upgrade playgrounds?
Sorry, did you say shade?
Shade.
Yeah.
Shade sails or trees.
Yeah. That's moving a little bit out of the Extinction Rebellion Ototahi purview. But speaking as a parent, yes. In terms of the just responding in terms of points around toilets and water and drinking fountain infrastructure, you have an awful lot of investment in cycleways. And so has there been a look at what infrastructure there is in terms of drinking fountains and toilets following those arterial routes in terms of arterial active transport routes.
Yep. Okay. Sarah and Aaron.
Thanks, James. What do you say to those who've submitted saying that putting in place this infrastructure and spending money on things like cycleways now isn't important and that we should defer it and do it later?
I guess the issue is that sadly that will always be the case from some people. That they will also say that, oh, this isn't that important. The thing is that, to be honest, with climate change, there's going to be increasing need for investment in core civic infrastructure, because there'll be increasing extreme weather events, there'll be increasing all sorts of natural disasters. And as such, it's actually very important that the investment is made in stuff now, because to be perfectly honest, in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, you'll just be dealing with the latest flooding event.
Thank you.
To be perfectly realistic about that.
Aaron, I'll let you ask your quick question quickly, but we're going to move straight on to your personal submission, James.
No, James, it will most likely be quite similar, but I agree with the majority of things you've raised, James. But the one I would ask a question around is, does Extinction Rebellion have a position around the number of buses we have at the moment that don't have people on them? So you're running a large fleet, which is not reducing carbon because it's running around empty. Do you think that is the future of transport, or should we be looking at other options? Do you guys have a position? Because you must see this and go, oh, this hurts.
That sounds like an issue for Environment Canterbury to me, but because I thought they managed the bus network. But I guess there's collaboration between the councils in terms of routes and who does bus shelters and things like that. The issue I would say is that the bus network is not sufficient. And we have put this in our council, in our submission to Environment Canterbury. And there was a report done last year, particularly about the network, the provision to the eastern suburbs, about the provision of bus services in the eastern suburbs, particularly about the accessibility of medical care in the middle of the pandemic. There was a report. I can email that to the council. I'm not sure whether that was included in this submission. Looking at the references, it was not, but it was included in the submission to Environment Canterbury, because that was a core part, since they operate the actual buses. Well, they contract buses. So you need a decent service with a decent number of buses in order for people to actually use it. The thing is, at the moment, the bus network is not actually an adequate service or an adequate alternative to cars. So of course people drive everywhere, because there's bugger all buses you can catch.
All right. Well,
I'm going to need that.
That's okay, James. Can we just move on to your personal submission? And I mean, I think some of the issues are across, similar.
Yeah. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. I mean, I kind of took the Extinction Rebellion in one of the central and sort of added my own little pieces to that, as will be clear to any of you who have read them. I think the key points I would stress in terms of the personal one is, first off, I'd actually like to back what Ashley Campbell has said in terms of her submission earlier about the state of some of the roads in the east, particularly the concerns noted around Pages Road. I've certainly cycled there with the kids, and it's actually, frankly, really scary in places. In terms of this, so this is the cycling map. Now, the area, I'm trying to think of which way you are seeing this. I'm assuming that the areas to the west, you will see.
Can we
Okay.
reduce Yanni in size, please? I'm not going to look behind me. It's not a pantomime.
Yeah, now keep still.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
I'm assuming that the areas to the west are your right, and the areas to the left are to your left are the east.
It's the other way round.
It's the other way around for you? Okay, right, Katapai. So you can plainly see where the network serves and where the network doesn't serve when you look at this map. Now, this is only of the cycleways, not the cycle lanes. And of course, you can see on this the proposed cycleway, which goes following the Otakaro or the Avon River through some of the eastern suburbs, which is, as you would all know, a recreational route, not a commuting route. A recreational route, not a commuting route. So it will be very, very, very lovely to cycle along when it finally gets built. But to be perfectly honest, it already exists in a series of cycling along the top of stop banks in the red zone. That's the little wavy line which heads out to New Brighton. That kind of already exists. What isn't served are commuting routes in the eastern suburbs, as you can plainly see from the cycleway map. There's a giant big gap in the eastern suburbs, which I think is very interesting, because a lot of people who are affluent cycle recreationally. A lot of people on low incomes cycle because it's a cheap and affordable means of transport. What is very important is that it also be a safe and affordable means of transport. And at the moment, it's not for people in the eastern suburbs because they are not adequately served by the cycleways in this city. My suggestion, now I understand that this is, an annual plan meeting, so you probably aren't going to be able to knock this up in time for the annual plan to be revised. But, you take the opportunity when you have the ear of city councillors to say it, is that instead the cycling route, which is currently a lane heading along Pages Road through to New Brighton, be converted into a protected cycle lane or a separated cycle lane or raised a footpath, that sort of thing. In the long term, obviously that isn't something which you can chuck into the annual plan because that's quite a big project.
But look, thank you for raising it, because I mean, it is an issue that's vexed us all. And it's not just the Pages Road side, it's also the glaring omission of Parklands and those areas around there. Sarah?
Thanks so much for that. And agree around the commuting route out there. There is a plan for a bit of that to be down Wainoni Road. In the meantime, there's currently separated cycleways on QE2 Drive and Anzac Drive that aren't part of the network but are higher standard than lanes, but they're in really bad condition. Do you think we should be making sure that there's more wayfinding, more, actually maintaining those better and publicising them so that people know about them?
That's important, but also yes, that's important, but also the infrastructure needs to be where people will actually use it in a day-to-day sense.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm sure the QE2 and the Anzac Drive stuff are useful for a small group of people, but in terms of a transport corridor, they are not an adequate transport corridor.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Well, no, I'm so sorry. We've come to the end. Look, thank you very much for your time and for the effort that you've gone to make the two submissions, James, and thank you very much for presenting today.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. All right, team. That's us done for the adjournment until 7 p.m. tonight. So I'll see you all back here at 7 o'clock. If you could all be here ready to go at 7. Thanks. Kia ora koutou katoa. Hello everyone. 7 o'clock in the evening and we're back in session for the submissions on the annual plan. And the first submission is Jeff Clark, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, Jeff Clark, long-time ratepayer, first-time council submitter, so apologies if I go slightly off the rails, but I'm sure you're probably used to that already. I am a local performer. I have been involved with the Court Jesters, who perform Scared Scriptless at the Court Theatre since 1996. I have taken part in 4 of the World Buskers festivals, 3 of them whilst it was the World Buskers Festival, 1 of them when it became Bread and Circus. I have worked for the Court Theatre as their education, audience development, marketing and communications coordinator from 2006 through to 2012. I worked as communications coordinator for the Christchurch Arts Festival in 2015, and I also did about a year and a half as marketing manager for the Court Theatre again in around about 2018. I was involved in the shed rebuild where we moved immediately following the Christchurch earthquakes, we built the new theatre out in Addington, which had a lovely car park outside of it, which everyone seems to love now, but we've moved on. And I am also a frequent attendee and performer, not just at the Court Theatre, but at Little Andromeda, the piano, any space that's doing an interesting or cool piece of theatre or creative art. Not as much as I'd like, but I think that's pretty much what any resident of Christchurch would say. My thoughts on the opportunity that has been presented by the decision not to build a car park in between the Isaac Theatre Royal and the Court Theatre, which in my personal opinion was a very good decision, is that it becomes a really great opportunity not just for the 2 venues that are already going to exist there, but for any other performing arts group, event, festival, or activity that plans to activate that precinct. My main point, which I think I've made in my submission, which I've been told you've already read, is that the Court Theatre and the Isaac Theatre Royal and the piano to an extent are predominantly active during the evenings. They have evening performances, and so at night there's not going to be any problem. People will come along, they'll see their shows, and then they'll sort of scuttle off. But what about during the day? During the school holidays, it may be that the Court Theatre and the Isaac Theatre Royal are hosting family-friendly shows and events. But in terms of the opportunity that an amphitheatre space, combined with food trucks, public toilets, and other art spaces offers, is a fantastic opportunity to activate the space during the day as well. As a frequent person who goes to Tūronga, I loved it when I went there with my kids and they would immediately flock to the little window overlooking the dancer mat, because seeing an event going on in that space is attractive. It makes people go, oh, there's something going on there and I want to see it, or I want to be a part of it. And so I think that by involving the wider performing arts community in activating that space, in establishing a temporary or permanent amphitheatre space, by creating revenue with food trucks, which I will be, as a long-term Scared Scriptless performer, I know that places like Le Caf and the Boulevard Cafe frequently enjoyed post-midnight snack patronage from people that had looked for something to eat and do after Scared Scriptless or a Court Theatre show. I think it creates a fantastic opportunity. And I know that there are other people that have spent much more time preparing lovely slideshows and graphics and concepts, but I thought I'd just kick off by saying, as someone who's got a long professional and personal investment in the arts, I think it's a fantastic opportunity and I'd love to see the council support that.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Tim?
Yeah, just 2. Did you ever go to the Pallet Pavilion?
Yes, I did.
And
yes.
What did you think of that? Is it?
I liked it. I didn't go very much, but then I think I was busy dealing with the whole new theatre being open and things like that.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a cool space. I thought it was nicely made. I thought it had that whole, we're going to do what we can, where we can sort of thing. Yep. I thought it was great.
I haven't been given any ideas with costs, etc., to put in the temporary.
Yep.
But if that money was split and applied for groups to use existing theatres, because theatres at the moment are just like any performance group. Everyone's bleeding at the moment. So what would you think about giving that to groups to get a discount in venues, whatever those venues are, existing venues,
My immediate response is I think it would probably just go the same way as the student subsidy went with rent. Landlords tended to just put their prices up to absorb that extra income. I think that in terms of promoting activities, which is something I forgot to say earlier, I think that having an amphitheatre which is visible is a great way to promote the arts. And so having a space that showcases the arts in an open, hugely publicly accessible way is a much better way of generating interest. Like having extracts or mini performances or even mini concerts is a great way of using that space to promote what is going on in any of the other venues around town.
Okay.
That would be my thought there.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks very much, Tim, and thank you very much. And
Cheers.
It does help to hear from somebody who's got skin in the game in terms of the performance. So thank you very much for coming.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well done on your first performance.
Oh, thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Right, Audrey Baldwin.
Cool. Tēnā koe. My name is Audrey Baldwin, and I have written some stuff. I've been an active artist, curator, and events producer in Ōtautahi for the past decade. Went to high school, went to university here, have decided to stay, have really made a conscious investment in making Christchurch my home, despite many people asking me why I'm still here. I'm here because I really care. I'd like to frame some points in support of the Temporary Arts Precinct submission that's being led by Michael Bell and Nathaniel. And basically, I want to talk about why this undertaking is going to support our arts community, and it's going to enliven the city centre, which is still really struggling. It's also going to offer space for growth and professional development for a number of art makers and organisers in our city. The main reason I wanted to leave, and the main reason that a lot of my other arts graduates after the quake left, was because there was a perceived lack of professional development opportunity in this city. Everyone goes to Berlin or Melbourne. What happened for me anyway was when the earthquake struck, communities really came together. They actually flourished, and amidst the chaos, I suddenly found myself with opportunities to make public artworks and to be part of a collective that I'd never had before. So I was part of The Social, which was an artist collective who worked in vacant sites within the central city. We were really lucky to receive funding from the Christchurch City Council, and that's why I'm still here today. We went from a place with no artist-run spaces or studios to a place of opportunity. Very untraditional, but that's actually something that put Ōtautahi on the global map. We've got interviews in fancy magazines from New York about how resilient we are, and I think that we really need to focus on keeping that kind of reputation and walking the talk of being a city with a creative heart. So between 2011 to 2013 at least, I performed and curated events and even artist residencies in vacant lots, empty shops, parks and pop-up galleries. Outdoor events were run like night markets, art installations, interactive performances. This took place over Restart Mall, as well as in First Thursdays around Sydenham. And more recently, I've been running events also supported by the council called Winter Wonder, which was working with local city businesses in the BNZ Centre and Cashel Mall. And so it's about collaborating with local businesses, bringing these communities in and giving people a sense of ownership and investment and place in the city. I feel that backing a dedicated, accessible, affordable and community-focused arts precinct is a really wonderful opportunity to create space for emerging practitioners, to offer enticing opportunities for professional development, and to bring communities together. We have some really wonderful existing spaces for more established creatives. We've got the Court Theatre, we've got the piano, we've got amazing spaces, but there's really nowhere for those who are just starting out or for people that, are kind of sampling it out. It's also, it's all pre-programmed over 6 months in advance, so it's really hard to get a shoe in. So nowadays I work and often collaborate with a variety of organisations: the Physics Room, Contemporary Art Space, Word Christchurch, Skate Public Art and Canterbury Museum. as well as my own little pies. But yeah, so having a temporary space that we get happening now, that we get off the ground, that is more about getting it done, not perfect, is going to see so much more opportunity for smaller scale local projects. I see this proposal as one that is flexible, immediate, and it can be done affordably. And these are things that are missing for so many communities at the moment, especially in the central city. It's all well and good having the Aurora Centre out at Burnside. That's not accessible for a lot of people. So I really, really want to urge the council to back this proposal, to support the design, to run the build, and to let our amazing creative communities make this into a really exciting and welcoming central hub for emerging and early career Otatahi artists and performers. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Melanie.
What do you see the infrastructure actually looking like?
We have some diagrams coming up in Michael's proposal. So there will be an outdoor amphitheatre. There's been discussion of using portacoms. So for a classroom studio space, for gallery spaces, modular designs, a co-working space, as well as collaborating with the Green Lab to build these beautiful pop-up kind of green social spaces. So there will be more details in their diagrams. And I did go to the Palette Pavilion a lot. I ran a Dr. Sketches there and it was fantastic. There was a really beautiful festive atmosphere and everyone really came together for it. Yeah.
Look, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. The next one is an online submission, and we've got Colin Muirk for Creative Transitions to Sustainable Futures, sorry.
Do I leap into it?
My apologies, Colin. Yes, please.
Kia ora koutou. I'm back here as usual. Maybe we could have the first slide. I've got a dozen, I think, that should just about do it. I'm representing Creative Transitions to Sustainable Futures, a Canterbury WEA supported group promoting, as the name implies. Next one. I wonder whether many of you have seen, oh no, hold on, backwards, back one, please. Yes. Anyone seen the movie Don't Look Up? It's kind of a sobering, satirical piece on denial about the state of the planet and the future, and whether this resonates with anyone. And you might say, this is far too big for the annual plan, but time is running out. Also, you don't have to believe in my prognosis or the remedies, but it's better to have the remedies in the back pocket, fit to go, rather than scrabbling around for untested answers when time's up. Next, please. I'm juggling this between COVID and half a dozen lectures to Lincoln and also to China this week, so excuse me if it seems to kind of go off the rails a little bit, but I'm doing my best here. If we look up for that moment from our busy business as usual routine, I think we can all see the world is anxious. They're all got their hands out expecting money to be put there to feed the expectations that we've been fed, and yet at the same time saying we've got to reduce taxes and rates and all the rest of it, somehow expecting that business as usual will continue. I would argue that we've got an unsustainable economic model. We've got climate that is potentially going to make most of the world uninhabitable. We've got a terrible war going on in Europe. Millions are likely to want to become refugees, and what effect that would have on our expected economy. Next, please. And one wonders how we can pay for all of this with that high material expectation, with all of these demands and crises looming. It's slightly humorous, but it makes a clear point, I think. We have to reimagine the future. Next, please. I'm not going to dwell on some of the missed opportunities. You all know about the Christchurch 360 Trail, how it's taken 30 years, still bogged down. Great opportunities to have promoted and pushed the city to a particular demographic and world slow tourism, nor about my very deep regrets at the loss of heritage buildings. But right now, I'm also concerned about the way the city seems to be being hollowed out by decisions made in Wellington. Why aren't we putting our hands up to be a head office for a whole lot of these activities, to bring some TV studios back here to promote our place, and Radio New Zealand? I know we have some correspondents here, light rail and all the rest of it. A young Indian engineer I know left our city for Wellington because government is pouring money into Wellington, Auckland. And I keep thinking, who gave the permission to abandon the Super South? Next, please. Yep. I know it sounds a bit like a broken record. I've heard people saying this to me for years. The trouble is you're ahead of your time, which is not much consolation when I see that comet hurtling towards us. I think now we need a bit of that innovative transition engineering and collaborative learning. We've got wonderful talent and facilities here in the city. We need to be like really pushing and promoting it and working together. Next, please. Next, please. I know that takes a while to read all that. So this is the last slide of words. Promoting inclusiveness, and I know you all support these ideas, but you know, we need to put it on the ground. That often doesn't seem to be happening. To connect our nature, governance through co-design. You know, we've heard about all this rhetoric, TBL, quick quadruple bottom line, collaborative learning, co-design, etc. Share an idea. It means, you know, ecology needs to be in there, that holistic kind of convergence with Mataranga Māori and all those other bottom lines. And importantly, to create more citizen think tanks, like the Christchurch Biodiversity Partnership that was supposed to happen years ago and still hasn't, that embrace everyone with a dream, a crazy idea, harnessing the talent which exists here and was waiting to be used, but it's just too hard for busy people to get involved, and they're willing to do it for nothing, you know, together with our treaty partners, all those centres of higher learning. We need to, you know, have some exciting new kind of brainstorming. I mentioned Tony Moore's resilience portfolio, which I know he's got, but I never really hear too much about it. We need to showcase this more. We need to then start exporting these creative ideas. I know this happens to an extent, but, you know, we really need to put some energy into it. And I guess one sort of personal, emotional thing is, you know, why aren't we bringing together all our amazing talent of art and music that we keep exporting to other places, generate, you know, frequent fusion rock concerts so that teenagers like me can dance and love everyone. And like you, I'm sure. You know, we've got this amazing talent, yet we seem to underplay it all the time. We've all got this amazing green city. We were one at the top of the pops in the City Nature Challenge that's just been held. We need to be relevant to youth, of course. And I know that there's bits of this going on, but it's not happening in a coherent way, in my view. And we need to attract a new generation of slow tourism, again, using our high technology, computerized aerofoil sailing ships that we could be producing at our engineering school, together with, you know, the CIAL and the city, to create a new form of much more engaging, slow tourism, where we are learning about each other's culture and learning, understanding different cultures around the world. Next, please. We need wise pilots that are plugged in, not smugged in, like the cartoon says. I often think cartoons are often the best way to deal with these things. You know, smug pilots, out of touch, yeah. But the problem is, it can't be just a popularity contest. A lot of the decisions that need to be made are not going to be that popular in the future, but they need to be evidence-based and based on transparent decision-making with all the best talent and skills that we've got and experience. Next, please. You will have seen this picture before, but it just shows, you know, we sometimes often hear we don't have a vision. Well, there is a vision. We've got a vision. It's a joined up vision, one that kind of connects with our nature. National park cities, you know, are being promoted. And I think this is just one element, one brand that we can use to push the city much more strongly. And finally, the next, please. And this is reflected also in people that want to be here. We have students coming from around the world. This is from Seattle, sort of promoting a bird sanctuary right in the heart of the city, alongside, you know, other nature opportunities in the middle of the city. I've got students coming from Florida in a month's time who are also want to be here. They're full of skills and talent and youthful enthusiasm. We need to provide the means and the reason for them to be here and to stay here, to celebrate our nature and our city for our layered history and identity. Thank you for that. Perhaps the one key message I'm sort of promoting here is developing these think tanks, really, and brains trusts, you know, getting those conversations going with all of these able people in our city in some way that helps to generate a vibrant, amazing future city. Thank you.
Thank you. That's pretty much come to the end of the time. Has anyone got a quick question? But look, thank you. Thank you for making the submission, Colin. I mean, it's something that we've continued to work on behind the scenes. You know, because I agree with you entirely that the whole focus on networks and building capacity and exchange of ideas, that's really the only way that we're going to be able to, you know, confront a reality that actually doesn't look very good unless we take action. So, look, thank you very much for making a submission. It is not, it is worthwhile. So thank you for caring and thank you for sharing. There you go, poetry. So I'll move on to the next submission. So thank you, Colin. And the next submission is Little Andromeda, Michael Bell. And I think, Michael, you're on their audio visual link. And there you are. That was just awesome, as I said your name. And I think, is Nathaniel going to join us here?
Yeah.
So, and Nathaniel's going to come down to the front of the room.
Anna, before we start, I just have these to hand out for your friends.
Oh, well, somebody can come and collect those and circulate them for you.
Just the plans that Audrey was talking about for the arts precinct.
Great. Sorry?
You do, but you know, this way you can share them with your friends and family, you know. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of a bit easier with paper, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
But I think Michael was going to take it away, and then I was.
Michael, would you like to take it away?
Cool. All right. Good, everyone. Hi. Hello. Thanks for having us. Also, a big, huge thank you about your decision about the Wilson's car park and the car park that is so Karpai. Thank you. And we're here tonight to help you fill that site now that it's empty again. So I'll skip the details on this to keep it brief, but do ask whatever you want at the end of this. So we're asking you to please put aside 2 to 4 million in the next budget for a temporary outdoor performance space and arts playground. This facility will service conservatively tens of thousands of people, but probably more in a significant way each year. But the footfall will be literally hundreds of thousands. And you could build it lots and lots of times for the price of just one town hall or stadium cost overrun. Essentially, it's glorified landscaping, and this can be done all at once, and you can do it while the court's being built. Just a few cheap things will go a long way. So there's an amphitheatre for use by existing festivals, existing street performers, and new uses. As I think Jeff or Audrey said before, just the things that come out of the woodwork is definitely something that we've all seen. When you build it, it's amazing what else starts happening. Surrounded by this art promenade, which hides the portacoms or prefabs for the studio use and rehearsal. Actually, I'll just skip through this because Audrey's already talked about this. She might not have mentioned the food truck and the market area, just a place for cheap eats and for pop-up markets, basically. And something I'm really excited about is a box office / ticket agency, which is run by artists. So with not such a focus on getting commission, but more a focus on connecting tourists and locals with the right experience. So I think this is like a huge advertising opportunity to connect people with the awesome arts around town that aren't quite as obvious to the lay person. And pedestrianising Gloucester Street. Making Tuaranga flow naturally into the 129 Gloucester into the 129 Gloucester site. So kind of making Gloucester Street a lot like New Regent Street is. And Gloucester Street is about to be redone. So just do it all together, design it all together, plan it together, and save money. I see this as a really cheap and effective bed warmer. So get performing artists in, let us give the city a great return, and in 20 or 30 years' time, someone who might not even be born yet can come along with a new idea for this prime land that us oldies haven't even thought of, and then it's their turn to have a swing. I spend a lot of time in other cities, in other countries, and I can't stop observing what makes places cool. Wellington's waterfront is cool. Federation's Square is cool. Circular Quay is cool. Brisbane's Performing Arts Precinct is cool. They're areas that have, there's been good thought put into the outdoor vibe, but it's not just about being cool. When tourists tell their friends that Christchurch is cool to walk around, they're the people that will come and inject money into our economy and make our economy cool. How much money will it inject? I'm just asking myself that question. Little A did an audience survey a couple of years ago and found that 92% of our audiences spent money at local hospo joints during their trip to come into the theatre. There are too many factors to say precisely how much money an amphitheatre will inject into the local economy. However, even if you make the most conservative assumptions, we're still looking that it would pay for itself into the economy several times over and be a huge asset for the surrounding theatres, New Regent Street, and the city. I'll pass over to Nathaniel.
Great, kia ora, thanks, Michael. So I'm Nathaniel. My day job is for working for the Living Wage Movement as a community organizer, but I'm here more just in a personal capacity as someone who loves the arts and loves the city and really wants to see the arts thrive here. So first of all, I just want to thank you all for being here because it's been a huge day of many days. It's past 7 already and you're still working, so I really appreciate it. And you do that because you want to create a plan that's valuable and that incorporates everyone's ideas, and hopefully that will actually be acted upon. And I'm sure you'd all find it very frustrating if, after all this work and all these late days, you came up with a plan that was never followed afterwards. So with that in mind, I just want to go through some points from the plan from a few years back called Rebuilding the Central City with the Performing Arts, the vision for the Performing Arts Precinct. So this was written, I think, around 2017, and it was the initial vision for this area and what you all wanted it to be like. So as I read this, I just want you to think about the Performing Arts Precinct as it is now, with the Court Theatre being built, the Isaac Theatre Royal, the piano. And I want you to think about whether it meets the vision that you set out a few years ago, and if not, whether another idea, something like this, could meet that vision. So I'm just going to go through some quotes from that plan. A good balance of distinctive performing arts plus other uses not relating to performance. An innovative, more experimental approach to performing arts. A place to which the arts community and the people of Christchurch are strongly connected. a workplace as much as a public realm, create an environment that is inclusive, connected and related activity to other centres for creative production and consumption. So we're talking about a place that's public, that's not just about venue patronage, that's about creating, and a place that's connected to other areas in the city. And you also talked in this plan about how to do this, providing a range of appropriate spaces to fit in the gaps in the current matrix of facilities in Christchurch. And that's something that Audrey talked a lot about, filling in gaps. And similarly, a good placemaking, this is a direct quote, good placemaking is supported by offering 10 or more reasons for people to come and visit the place. So in my view, the Arts Precinct at the moment is beautiful. It has some wonderful venues, but it doesn't do these things that are in your plan. And this space does. Just by looking at this first slide, you can see 10 different things that you can use the space for. You can look at gallery space, you can visit the dance studio, you can do pottery workshops in the portacoms, you can do co-working, you can find places to get tickets for shows locally, you can hang out in the Waio pods, you can watch buskers, you can go to food trucks, you can go to the market area, and you can have a picnic in the grass. That's 10. The space, this concept we have, it's built for visitors, for tourists, but it's also built for residents, for the growing population in the centre of the city. Because these portacoms and the dance studio will be spaces for the residents of the central city as well to use as a community art space for things like children's workshops, art studios, pottery, that sort of thing. And also for workers in the central city to have after work adult education workshop opportunities. It's also a foothold for arts organisations in the CBD. A lot of the arts organisations in the city, they're spread out in this donut shape around the outside. And even if they're really active in their own communities, they don't have that sense of an art scene that is Christchurch-wide where they can all come together. And that's what this space is for. It's a space that feels inclusive. It's low scale, it's green, it's not all glass and steel. It's much sort of lower down, it's approachable. And we have things like, a volleyball pit and table tennis tables and food trucks, things that really invite people into the space. And to putting this proposal together, Michael and I talked to lots of people all across the city to get ideas. It's not just our idea. So just for an example of that, I talked to the Christchurch Youth Council, and some things they were really passionate about was having spaces where safe spaces for young people, like youth venues at night. And they suggested making the stage area, the amphitheatre, be enclosed a bit so it was easy to control people coming in and out, so that you could have high school bands, for example, playing here in spaces where you could control who can come and go. They also suggested that they'd want to have a place where they could do youth markets, like craft markets and things. So we've made that a possibility in the food truck area. And also they really wanted to be able to have band rehearsal space, particularly like lower income families where there's just no space at home to practice. And that's something we could do with the portacoms. And some other really important links with other things in the city. The Canterbury Museum, as you all know, is probably going to be in redevelopment soon. They'll need pop-up exhibition space, and they'll need also space for their children's programs. And this is an option for that. Really a perfect option right next to the library. It provides spaces for community arts organisations like Otutahi Creative Spaces and like the White Room, and you'll be hearing from Josiah from the White Room soon. And of course, the amphitheatre will just be amazing for festivals, things like Big Band Festival, which I think you'll be hearing from someone about, things like Rockquest, Tiny Fest, Buskers. There's just so much that can be done here. So finally, I just want to say I see this as being a place that's the heart of the Christchurch arts community. Place where artists can meet, where they can meet with other citizens, with visitors, with tourists. It's an inclusive space. There's space for young people, for families, where people can do whatever they want. They can eat, they can socialise, they can study, and it'll be a place for people in the central city to feel at home as well. So please do it. Please take this idea seriously and run with it and work with us. Please don't let it just be another vacant lot in the city. We've got huge community support and we can do it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. I guess, I'll let Tim, I was going to reframe Tim's question, so to actually put it to perhaps both of you. But I'll let Tim ask the question himself.
Well, I may ask a different question.
Well, let me reframe your question then. Which is, Tim made the point that we've got a lot of spaces at the moment which are really struggling. So how do we? And I know that this is targeted to a different market, but how do we address that? So I think one of the earlier submitters made the point that this is adding to and creating a sense of focus on the performing arts generally, which should increase numbers overall. But I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want you to really focus on justifying expenditure, even if it's temporary or transitional, when so many other venues exist in the area and are really struggling to make ends meet.
I could talk to that a bit. Yeah. Can you see me, or am I hiding behind the PowerPoint?
We can see you really clearly.
Hello, how are you? So like in terms of the venues that are available in Christchurch, they're really great for various uses, but it's not just something where just saying here's some money, make this particular space works. We need to have spaces that work for the artists. So, for example, I mean, what's a like, if this is going to be a space that's really awesome for outdoor performances and makes outdoor festivals really easy to do, there's no other venue in Christchurch that could fulfill that need. And in the meantime, it's really cheap and easy to get up and running. And it's going to add to the ecosystem of the Christchurch arts as well. So we're going to have more stuff happening here, and the more that happens, the better it is for the other venues around as well.
Yeah, no, thank you, Michael. I'll just hand over to Tim now for his question.
Thank you. It's great to see the support from the arts community, and I'm not going to be the Grinch. So, with regards to the figure of 2 to 4 million, we built a temporary stadium. So, I'll kind of roll my questions into one and see how you go. So, there's obviously really good support for this type of venue. So, why temporary? And portacoms can be shifted but last some time, etc., rather than temporary being, in my mind, a season, if you like. Wouldn't it, and that would cut down, I would presume, the operational costs, because anything temporary is temporary, so therefore it's more weather, open to the weather, etc. And if it's permanent and you've got different shows going through, there may be opportunity to have a overall naming rights sponsor, because let's be honest, everywhere needs financial support and it can't just be us. So I'm just saying, rather than temporary, would it, in a longer vision, it actually may be cheaper?
Yeah, I think by temporary, we don't really mean sort of one season. We're talking 5 to 10 years. Okay. So we want to build it in a way it's not going to fall apart in one season. It's going to be there for a few terms. The reason we're saying 5 to 10 years is because basically we want to do this as soon as possible. And for us, temporary is that sort of range, 5 to 10 years. And, in 10 years, we'll have, as Michael was saying, we'll have a whole new art scene. We'll have a lot of new people with new ideas, and maybe they'll be really happy with it and want to keep it and just do a little bit of work to make it a bit more permanent. It's just basically saying all we need to do a space like this is a relatively small amount of money. So let's not get fancy and go crazy. Let's just do it.
Keep to the key thing, because the last question I've got, prior to the earthquake, we did a lot of shows, etc., in Cathedral Square, and it was a hub. But it sounds like, and we've got to be really clear on this with you guys, because you guys are it. It sounds like that if this may move on, and the square may be a secondary. I don't know. I mean, because we've got to be careful where we spend our money. So why would we? I mean, we've just put a cenotaph in a performing area, so it's changed as well. So would this be the key area?
I'd say so. I mean, I'd say if we're looking also at our sort of lifetime for this as being 5 to 10 years. I mean, who knows how long the cathedral is going to take to be constructed, right? It could be 5 to 10 years.
Yep.
2027, we're told.
Suppose, yeah, hopefully.
Don't
That's
put
like the best
yeah.
possible opportunity. Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Michael, to that? Or?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, this is an opportunity for something really cheap to happen right now. You need to landscape this area, so just do a glorified landscape. Just make it a little bit better, and then we'll bring the party.
Thank you.
Because background to this, I think we haven't quite if you look at this diagram here, like the portacoms, there would be about 5 or 6 of those across. They're about $20,000 each. Gap Filler and other organizations have experience building amphitheaters for really, really low budgets. And then if you take those two out of the mix, all you've got is a bit of landscaping. You've got these Green Lab YO pods, which are also pretty minimal. We're just talking treated wood. You've got a bit of grass areas and you've got some planting. And then in exchange for that, you've got revenue from food trucks. You've got some pretty cheap rents just to sort of keep things ticking over. So yeah, we really tried to go for as just what we need and nothing more.
So you're basically
and if you think about things like the dancer mat, like that was like a stupid little like washing machine. You put $2 in. That was the best idea ever. Like when you go away from Christchurch, what do you think about it's the dancer mat is like one of the biggest icons for Christchurch, and it's like some cool things can be really cheap.
Yeah, so you're basically saying build it and we will come, and if we come, they will come. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds
Done
good.
Deal. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So, the next one is Josiah Morgan, also by Audio Visual Link. Josiah, welcome.
Hello. Hi, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, we can, very clearly.
Fabulous. I've just introduced myself very briefly. In my personal life, I am an author, published primarily in America, but I also work through places like the Word Festival. I teach drama for Singing Stars Rolleston and at the Isaac Theatre Royal. And I'm also a performer running a very small-scale theatre company aiming to bridge the gap between people moving out of high school and into the professional scene, largely because that's where I fall also. In my professional life, I work for the White Room Creative Space, which is a space and a program to connect artists facing access barriers with the arts around Ōtautahi. The White Room is currently located and funded through Skillwise, which means that we are primarily a day base for people living with intellectual disabilities. My role within the White Room is to expand and implement an outreach program that connects artists with all of the creative opportunities happening around the city that allows them to be viewed as artists first and people living with disabilities second. We also work with people experiencing mental health distress and people who are incarcerated through some other organisations that I've linked up with. I want to note just before I continue that I am, of course, speaking on behalf of some of the people that we support, and so there may be things that I simplify or miss because I don't have a lived experience of intellectual disability, although I do see it day to day. As far as we're concerned within the White Room, accessibility barriers really boil down to 3 things. One of them is money, one of them is transport, and the last one is institutional working hours. The money one is by far the biggest. The majority of people that we support would not attend the theatre, for instance, if it cost more than $5. There have been some really helpful offers from, for example, Michael at Little Andromeda to get us $5 tickets when people want to come through. And there has been some uptake, although COVID's making that difficult at the moment. Transport is also challenging because maybe half of the people that we support cannot get places themselves and need residential providers or other providers to do so. The reason, I guess, that we support the amphitheatre and the development of a studio space through portacoms and so forth in the Performing Arts Precinct is because I think it ticks off all of these barriers as items of almost non-concern. The money element is inherently reduced because it's a cheaper space to access, sometimes free to access for things like markets. Transport is solved for many of the people we support through buses, and it's also a space that many of them are experienced with because many of them do access tūranga on a day-to-day basis, and the White Room is just down the road at 344 Manchester Street, if I've got the number right. I also think this answers the question that came up a little bit earlier, at least for us, about how we deal with these kind of spaces that are hurting at the moment or hemorrhaging money, to be frank, like some of those places like the Isaac, who are really struggling to get people in because the scale of shows needs to be larger. The fact for us is that our people don't go to those shows anyway. Here is an opportunity for a space that can provide free or cheap theatre. It can provide a studio space that connects networks across multiple different kind of needs. I guess the final thing that I have to say, I hope I'm okay for time, is that as far as we're concerned, when artists lead the way, that's when the access barriers are removed. What that looks like for us is that anytime that we have a plan, we ask the artists what they think and what they want to do first. I recognise we're in a much smaller institutional framework than a city, but I guess what I'm saying is that the amphitheatre plan as it currently exists, I think, is the most accessible addition to the performing arts precinct that could possibly be placed there. What you currently have is a coalition of artists from Ōtautahi asking you to let us lead the way, as we do on a day-to-day basis in the White Room.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Jake?
Thank you for that. I'm really impressed with the submission overall. In terms of how it'd be run on a annual basis, is it your view that council would have some responsibility, particularly for the grounds, and that there'd be a trust set up to administer the buildings, or would you guys be looking to do the whole thing, or us administer the whole thing?
My view in terms of the White Room's role means that I don't believe I can answer that. I think that needs to be a question maybe for Michael or Nathaniel to come back to you with at some stage. But the White Room would connect in with it as a frequent user of the space and potentially administering the arts studio space. Sorry, Jake.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, look, thank you for taking the time to make a submission. I mean, there's obviously a theme to tonight's submissions, and it's been really great. So, I'm just trying to remember whether I've been to this how is it further down Manchester towards Beeley Ave?
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah.
I have been there. Okay, lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, the next one is Georgie's CVA, is it?
Sevier.
Sorry?
Sevier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for working nice and late. I'm Georgie. I'm a resident here of Ōtautahi. I'm a full-time performer. I co-direct place-based productions with Kat Forrester over there. We are a theatre company that exists to, much like Josiah's theatre company, to bridge the gap between amateur and professional theatre. I'm also part of the team that runs Good Times Comedy Club, and I also independently produce events around the city, as well as being a stand-up comedian, drag artist, and actor. So I think it's safe to say I'm pretty invested in the performing arts community here in Christchurch. In 2021, I provided 108 paid opportunities for performers over Christchurch. That's not including any of the events that Good Times Comedy produces, which is at least 8 spots per week. I'm passionate about supporting the creative community as a whole. I firmly believe that no one organisation or group should receive the majority of the support. And I definitely want to thank everyone for their decision made recently about the car park. Funding a facility to be used by the whole community, in my opinion, is not only an intelligent one, but a dutiful one. I think it's really important that the council makes good on essentially their promise to make this performing arts precinct for the whole arts community. I'm going to kind of skip over a lot of the stuff that I did write down because it largely has been covered by everyone else. But I think something that's really important to note is that there's a whole range of different kind of scale of productions and events that happen around Christchurch, and one thing that is really lacking, I think there's, at last count, there's about 20 full-time or like professional theatre companies that exist in Christchurch, and so there's no lack of events, there's no lack of people creating work, but there is a real lack of connectivity. And in all honesty, 99% of my productions start their life when I'm having a conversation with like-minded creatives. So I think it's really important that the arts community has a space where they can connect that is not owned by any one organisation, and that's why I am really supportive of Michael and Nathaniel's proposal, because it will be it will have investment from the entire community, and it's not for any one organisation's benefit, which I think is crucial. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Has anyone got any questions? Georgie? Thank you very much.
Cool.
No?
Thank you
very much for your submission. Next one is No Productions Theatre, and I'm going to have difficulty here. Natalia?
Orishuk. Perfect.
Cool.
So, yes, kia ora everyone. I am Natalia Orishuk, and I've got this strange accent. That's because I'm originally from Kiev, Ukraine. Oh. And yes, exactly. That's the usual reaction I get. But actually, I have been a Christchurch-based theatre maker for a number of years now. And tonight, I am presenting on behalf of No Productions Theatre Collective. And I have this wonderful thing called PowerPoint. It might even work. There, yes. So very briefly, who we are. We are a local independent theatre company, and we were founded back in 2012, more like a response, in response to Christchurch earthquakes. And over the past 10 years or so, we have produced probably more than 10 original theatre works around Christchurch and in Canterbury. What we're really passionate about is creating immersive, evocative, site-specific performances. And we really love experimenting with different modes of storytelling. And we also love local history and heritage. This is why, click, we are experimenting in the genres of ghost walks and twilight tours. That's apart from all other things that we are doing. And we've been collaborating with Rickerton House for a number of years now on such productions, and we're hoping to continue this collaboration. We've been working also with the Sign of the Takapaneki. Unfortunately, that was cut short because of the lockdown in 2020, but we're hoping to get back. We also work with Ferrymead Heritage Park and Old Stone House and other heritage venues to create evocative productions in Christchurch. And actually, we have been thinking of offering similar performances in Christchurch CBD, so that we could tell the stories of our city in our own particular style and way, because there is a lot of stories to tell. But unfortunately, we can't currently offer such tours because there is no suitable facilitator that we can find. And I will touch on that a little bit later in a moment. So these points, most of these points have been covered by my esteemed colleagues already today, that we have a vacant arts precinct space that needs filling, and that it's a tremendous opportunity to bring local performing artists and audiences together, provide safe and central performing space for the creatives and street performers, provide local residents and tourists with highly accessible and enjoyable arts experiences. So to sum up, it's a wonderful opportunity to establish the vibrant and inclusive arts hub within the performing arts precinct in the heart of Christchurch. Yes, some of these points that I was going to mention have already been mentioned. For instance, the proposed open stage that can be utilized for a number of existing city festivals. But the point we particularly wanted to make is that the dedicated open air performing area can provide a safe performing space for local street artists on a daily basis. You see, currently this is a real struggle because the central city does not feel like a welcoming space for independent buskers outside specific festivals such as Bread and Circus Festival. And I'm sure you probably have heard this from other street performance before. It's just the way it is. So in a word, or in a sentence, the open stage performing area is the key to this vibrant, inclusive and diverse local performing arts and their connection with local communities. And it's not only about the audiences, because for us as creative, you see, we can't just survive without being connected with each other as well. We just wither and die. So we need to develop, to connect and to grow. And this proposed infrastructure is a wonderful opportunity for that. Is an opportunity for that. So all those points that you can see actually have been covered already, like co-working spaces to connect, small studios to rehearse, exhibition spaces for getting feedback in this safe and positive environment, spaces to test small-scale performances. All this is very important, and all of this would contribute not only to local artistic diversity, but also to the overall ecology, the positive well-being of our creative communities, which we really do want. Why, how, yes, how do we fit in? Because we do quite a lot of different things. You see, like many other local independent theatre companies, we aim to make our productions accessible. We want to connect with the audiences, and they are keen to connect with us, and we know it. This is proven. So the main problem is the lack of local facilities and facilitating events. And as a result, we as local performing artists, we just struggle to connect with our audiences, and our audiences do not have enough opportunities to connect with us. And we need a public and accessible point of connection. And the proposed infrastructure would meet this requirement for us and for many other independent theatre companies in this city. Click. Now we're going in the realm of imagination. Imagine our points of connection. So imagine immersive theatrical tours in edutainment style around Christchurch CBD with the start and end point within the space of the performing arts precinct. Imagine the area which is equipped with a ticketing kiosk and info points to provide both promotion and ticket sales for the tours. Small point, but important. Imagine immersive ghost walks in the twilight around Christchurch CBD. So the participants are encouraged to dress up for the occasion, stay for dinner, where they can benefit from many local cafes and maybe restaurants and food trucks. Or they can stay for a show at the Isaac Theatre Royal, at the Piano, at the Court Theatre, maybe at the open stage. So it is a real hub of the performing arts. A bit of shameless self-promotion, but not really. So imagine regular performances of such strange creatures as human statues, for example, Columbina or the Silver Angel by, well, that's actually me, Natalia Orishuk. So, well, it's not, no. It's not what you think it is. The thing is that there are so many other wonderful creations in this city. They just don't get a chance to be seen. They don't get a chance to have a home. and they don't get a chance to feel safe while performing outdoors, while being street performers. And the area within the performing art precinct would provide this safe area to perform in, and it would give us basically quite a lot of eager spectators, I'm sure of that. So to sum up, the currently empty space within the performing arts precinct is the unique opportunity to create this vibrant, accessible, multi-purpose performing arts space at low cost, and create the point of connection between audiences and local artists, while also providing this safe and thriving environment of the performing arts hub, adding value to the CBD as a tourist and weekend destination. And finally, it is a unique opportunity to bring street and open-air performances back to the heart of Christchurch, with many, many, many potential participants that have their unique acts to offer. And this is it, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I haven't. No. Go away. Oh.
Questions? Oh, sorry. I was just
doing
eager to
cakes.
run away.
I hadn't seen the silver angel before, and it looked gorgeous. But no, thank you very much for your submission. But I've got time for a quick question from councillors, and if you haven't got one, then I'll have one. So where do you base yourself now?
We are based all over the place. Our official address is my home address.
Right.
I do not think there is a venue in Christchurch we haven't performed at, because we tried everywhere and everywhere. It's been a real struggle, but we do like in a way to be flexible, and we like listen to the new venue. For example, we would love listening to the heart of Christchurch. We would love to listen to the area around the performing arts precinct, and we would come up with the stories about that location and offer tours or tell stories of that place.
Yeah, I think a lot of cities do focus on that sort of tour aspect, but performance. So that would be awesome. And do you do some things out at Ferrymead? Is that what I was seeing?
Yes. Actually, we started out at Ferrymead with ghost stories, which were preceded by ghost walks through the Ferrymead Heritage Park.
Yeah.
So we had to invent stories, because Ferrymead Heritage Park is kind of a bit of a Frankenstein of history. But from there, we grew into telling actual stories of heritage places, venues, some of the lost Christchurch that used to be but no longer exists.
Right.
We just love to bring those voices back to life.
Yeah. It sounds like also the tram would benefit from something like that too, But anyway, look, thank you very much for your presentation. It was great. Oh, sorry, Yanni had his hand up, and wait, sorry, you're not getting away yet, Natasha.
Oh no,
Yanni.
Oh, thank you, and thank you so much for what you do. It fits in really nicely to our heritage strategy. I just wanted to check, like when I looked at your work, I thought, why doesn't the art centre work for you? That seemed like a kind of logical place.
Logistical issues, facilitating issues, ticketing, timing. We have considered the art centre. We had a proposal for Bread and Circus Festival we proposed tours around the art centre, and it just did not fit into their vision of, I think it was 2020, 2 years ago. So there is a number of logistical issues to do with ticketing, promotion, timing, just how to make it work. It's a big machine that is quite complex. And every time when we want to create a tour like this, we're faced with the new complicated logistics, which each of the venue involves. So this is why we saw this proposal within the performing arts precinct as a more flexible one, which would allow us to just focus on the creative side of things rather on what exactly would fit within where we can go, what we can do, how much time we can spend on what, who is going to be doing the ticketing, the split between the venue and the performers. It's quite a complicated issue, but we are investigating it.
Cool. Look, thank you very much for your time, and that's much appreciated.
Thank you.
The next one is Charlotte Crone. Kia ora and welcome.
Haven't done anything yet. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you all today about the proposal for the funding of a temporary community space in the Performing Arts Precinct. And thank you to everyone else who's spoken on this tonight as well. I'm grateful for this chance, and I'd like to support all the messages and wise words from my friends and fellow performers. Personally, I moved to Christchurch from not too far away in Ashburton in 2009 to study music, and I'm now a current member of several music acts that perform regularly. I've also been lucky to be involved with the Christchurch Big Band Festival for the last few years, both playing in and being part of a volunteer committee that organises it. I'd like to talk a bit about this festival to paint a bit of a picture for you. The festival was started in 2006, and each year sees more and more bands full of brass, woodwind, singers, rhythm sections perform live jazz throughout the city. The bands boast a wide range of ages within each group, and it's likely that big bands and other brass bands are the most cross-generational art forms we currently have in the country. The whole idea of the Big Band Festival, Christchurch Big Band Festival, is to activate the city centre with free to medium cost shows and provide a revered annual event that is highly anticipated by bands from Christchurch and from other cities who come and travel to perform. A lot of the audiences come to see people they know play, but just as many again, if not more, stumble across big bands playing outside as they stroll through the city. Each year there are discussions in the committee about what locations and sites worked best the previous year, and decisions are made about where to set up sites this year. There are always compromises at each outdoor site. I'll just share a couple of quotes from our festival director, Katie Martin. She says, ideally, to continue running a festival such as this, we would have available a dedicated space we could book and use every year, which caters to the needs of the performers, sound technicians and audiences. To be able to perform live music outdoors during the day and then move indoors to the piano or the Isaac Theatre Royal for our evening gala performances has a great synergy to it. So yes, this is where the Performing Arts Precinct could come in for us. I can't even hope to represent half the huge kete of music genres we have in Ōtautahi, but I know for a fact that festivals like the Christchurch Big Band Festival would benefit from sharing a ready-to-go venue in the heart of it all. Also, think of other festivals. Word Festival, film festivals potentially, circus and street performers, dance, kapaka, choral, even some future ones that are yet to be realised. Imagine being able to attend afternoon performances in the amphitheatre, grab some food, and then walk to some of the surrounding venues within only a couple of blocks. Would be amazing. Aside from this one festival I've described, these bands would relish the opportunity for other accessible spots to perform in the city at other times of the year as well, not just for the festival. The performing arts community aren't the only beneficiaries of this. The audience are, of course, the other big part of the kaupapa here too. My heart is with the young people of Christchurch who have grown up through more catastrophes, tragedies and challenges than most young people have to deal with in a lifetime. and they're only like 20. As a result, they might not have had the same chances of exploring a city and its cultural and social offerings. I'm grateful I got a couple of years of that and was able to witness a city centre from before the earthquake and remember it bustling with life, and I want that back for the next generation. I want to live in a city where we think about what stories we are telling our young people, and I want to live in a city where we provide the sort of spaces that they need to tell their own. Make it accessible, make it central, and make it our tūranga waiwai. Kia ora.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Well, I think we've just come to the end of the time for it, but look, thank you very much for your presentation. Very, very powerful. Right, now the next one is the St Albans Residents Association. Slightly different tack, but Joe Ritchie. Come on, a round of applause for the St Albans Residents Association. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. I felt that you should get the same encouragement as everyone.
Yeah, you're right. It is a different tack, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Different topic, in a way.
All about community.
All about community, though.
Yep.
Yeah. So my name's Jo Ritchie, and I am a committee member of St Albans Residents Association, often known as SARA. I'd like to pass on apologies from our chair, Jason Harvey, who's unable to be here tonight due to a clash with a community event that we have. We're actually, SARA's hosting an event on intensification heritage in the district plan tonight at Kohinga. So that will be very popular, I imagine, in the community. And so we've got quite a few of our committee, including our chair and volunteers, at that event tonight. In terms of the annual plan, we wanted to focus on quality development, particularly in community spaces. In our neighbourhood, there are a significant number of townhouse developments which are occurring, and that's going to result, and is starting to result already, in higher population density. And unlike larger apartment complexes you might get in Auckland or internationally, the townhouses usually don't have communal spaces. They're nice, often modern, warm homes, but they have much smaller living spaces and smaller outdoor areas than homes that we've developed in the past. And this makes them more affordable but limits their suitability for socialising due to space constraints, and makes larger public spaces all the more important. And so what we'd like to see is a review of public space requirements based on current and, more importantly, projected population density. So planning for higher population density needs to be at the heart of the council's annual plan. A number of our community spaces are in high demand. St Albans Park, Aberley Park as examples. Sometimes there isn't enough space for everyone who wants to be there at popular times, and it'd be great to see a focus and a review of community spaces to meet the demand that we'll have for them in the future as our population and the density of it grows. In line with community spaces, we'd definitely support the increase in the Edgeware Pool grant to $3 million, which is part of the plan. We've witnessed our local community really advocate for a pool and fundraise for its rebuild over a sustained period of time. We need more recreational amenities to support our growing population, and the COVID pandemic has highlighted the importance of outdoor community areas, and an outdoor pool is what is planned here. Also, for the community, history is really important. The pool was originally community operated before it was taken over by council and decommissioned. The Edgeware Pool is actually part of St Albans. Long-standing residents have fond memories of swimming in the pool, in the original pool, and residents are passionate about getting a pool back. Sarah believes that the increase in grant funding goes some way towards righting a wrong that has occurred when the pool was closed. There's really strong support for the pool within the community. We'd also like to acknowledge an existing community space that we do have, Kohinga St Albans Community Centre, which is a fantastic resource for our community, and we'd like to acknowledge our collaboration with Council on this. Here are some photos of the centre opening at the centre itself, and also some produce and things that we've got from our community garden. The centre is a wonderful community asset and it's a meeting space for many local groups, and the garden is being developed with a lot of enthusiasm, particularly from the leadership and passion of one of our committee members, Alice Holmes. We've also got a beehive that's recently been installed there, and my understanding is that in spring it'll pollinate gardens around the neighbourhood. So the centre is a really important heart of the community, and it's starting to really reach into the community. So we're really hoping that council will continue to support it. Sarah does perform the management of the building, and so the arrangement between council and Sarah does have financial value as well, I think, to council, in the sense that we do provide the management services. We obtain funding from a number of places, not just the council, and we also have a number of volunteers who work at the centre and provide time and resources. So we're really hoping that we will get ongoing support from council to make contributions to Sarah to help manage the centre. For every dollar that's contributed by council, the community is really topping that up through volunteer hours and funding obtained from other sources. It also does generate funding within the community. So we've had recently a fundraiser for a mural that you might see on the screen. I think it might be someone sort of obscure it a little bit there, but you can hopefully see the top of it, which we've fundraised ourselves through public fundraising, $1,600 for a container, painting that container in the garden. So it does start to generate the community putting resources in as well to the centre. We'd also like to talk a bit about intensification briefly. With more development comes the opportunity to make or do development in a way that considers amenity value. And while central government has really taken an increased role in this space in terms of setting the framework, we'd encourage council as much as possible to advocate for development which has regard to aesthetics and recreational opportunities in the area. We support development and we do support more intense development, but we believe that people who live in St Albans are attracted by the amenity value of the area and the existing community, and we would like to see that maintained. Multi-unit development should add to the amenity value of the area, not compromise it. In another area we'd like to provide a bit of feedback on is transport. We'd like to see increased incentives for people to use public transport within the city and also when commuting from North Canterbury. There are ongoing impacts from the Northern Corridor, including heavy traffic causing people's houses to shake, the speed of vehicles creating safety issues for residents, and practical difficulties with moving around the neighbourhood. And we'd like to see these impacts mitigated as much as possible by use of public transport by everyone, and particularly by commuters from the north. On a positive note, we'd really like to thank our local councillor for her advocacy in our area, Pauline Cotter, and also the current members of the Waipapa Papanuianis Community Board for their commitment to St Albans. Thank you very much, and any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from councillors? No, I think you've made a very clear...
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be heading there now and catching up with the others as well.
Yeah. But the community centre's going well, I assume.
We were on a Saturday, but we got moved, and so and actually that's probably is one point I'd make if I do have 5 minutes, is that if we do have a reschedule of a Saturday time, it's really helpful if we can have an alternative time on a Saturday, even if it's not that Saturday. It's just a number of our committee members are working, and so this was the only other outside of working hour slot that was available, and Saturday was postponed, and I'm sure that there were reasons for that.
No, there was. It was a funeral, so
yeah,
that's why.
Yeah.
And so that was the reason. But I thought we were going to try and make another Saturday, but the morning wasn't suitable for a lot of submitters. Saturday mornings are tricky.
Yeah,
the original one was a Saturday afternoon.
It was.
So we'll take that on board, and absolutely, I know that the staff literally pulled their hair out once we had to make the change, and we did have to because a number of us went to the funeral. So there was just
Yeah,
So,
but that's why we did end up with that clash, and it's not that we don't have people who want to be here. We absolutely do. It's just that the way the timing worked out for us, and we completely understand your circumstances as well.
If you could pass back to the community group, the other members, that we are sorry that happened, but we are, sort of looking to make sure that there's a variety of options available, so that people who can't come, during work hours, people who can only come at night, people who can only come on the weekend, people can only come usually we find with a Saturday it's the afternoon that they can come, not the morning, because there's so much sport.
Yeah.
Look, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. And
Thanks
thank you
a lot.
for what you do. Sarah's one of my dream come true models of the community running the community's facility.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Thank you.
So thank you. And next we have the Greater Hornby residents, Mark Duff. Thank you.
Panthers isn't a good subject at the moment, actually. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight to you all. On the first slide, you'll see there on the left-hand side, we've got the 0800 Hornby setup that we put in place. This was a number of community groups that come together and identified before COVID hit our community that there was going to be a need to look after our isolated, our people feeling lonely. And the reason I've got that up there is that wouldn't have been possible without the Strengthening Community Fund. And we really want to thank our community governance team of Emma, Bailey and Sam, who worked so quickly with us to help us get that in place. And it really has been a major benefit for our community. It's also allowed those who have moved into our community as new residents, they can ring that number and they get an information pack about a community, which has some vouchers in it for the Hub Hornby. But it also has this basic information, like if they want who to ring at the council, who their councillor is, if they need a sporting team, any cultural groups. So it gives them a complete picture of our community and how we can help.
Mate, before you just slip off there, how many people, do you have any stats on how many picked it up around the COVID issue? Just off the top of your head, you got feedback?
The last time I was we were like about 20 or 30 people in the community that had really reached out for help.
Right.
Yeah. And it's also like in the last, we've also had some that have just come through the Greater Hornby Residents Association Facebook page, which aren't included in those stats that we've helped as well.
Yeah.
But even like over the weekend.
I sent this through to the DHB because I was so impressed with the model of the community reaching out to the community directly. And I won't make the comment that I made about their booklet, but I thought that the leaflet was fantastic.
I think the other concern was too that while I think we're in an age where we think that everyone's on social media, and our aim was to make sure that this went into everyone's letterbox in Hornby.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just going on to the next slide. Stick to your game plan, please. We were a bit disturbed as a group when we watched some of the extra spending that went on. We thought you had an opportunity as councillors to show a really clear message to the community that you'd come in under budget in terms of your rates increase, and all these things started appearing and being added on. And we thought in a time that we're in, it would have been a good time to show some restraint. We think as an organisation that the annual plan should just have a little tinkering done to it, and that the long-term plan is where we've been told that we should bring major projects that we want to bring into our community. And that's reflected in our presentation today, that we're not asking things to be included in this annual plan, that we will be starting to bring them into the long-term plan. So, and I think also if you hadn't added all these things in, it would have given you a little bit more wriggle room with some of these things like you're hearing tonight, that you could have actually chosen other stuff to go in that may have been more important. Now, the reason I put up that picture is that is the water, what we call the Waterloo stream, which is one of the most contaminated streams in the city. Yet we watched while the Nottingham stream got that funding, yet we thought it would have been nicer to actually take some time out, if there was some room for extra funding, actually look at what the most needed streams or waterways in Christchurch needed the funding, rather than just pull one out and support that. Yeah, but what we've heard back from council staff is that ours is one of the most contaminated, and we're struggling to get it on and that is actually where the river starts. Yeah.
Do you know where it is on the annual plan at the moment? I mean, on the LTP?
I don't think there's anything in there. I could be correct, but I don't think there's anything.
No, I can ask the question.
But that is something that, as we say, like, we want to bring that forward as something that we will be looking to bring into the.
Yeah.
High density housing. We think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the council going forward to make sure the strain that is going to be caused by the, our current water service, sewage, and roading with increased high density housing. The road I show is Amy's Road, which is over a 4-year period was to be resealed, but we're having emergency repairs being done on it every year just because of the pressure on that road. I think I counted 69 cars banked up in that road one day trying to get back into Halsall, and we have the same problem going the other way into Hornby in the mornings. So, and this is one street also where, like, we've had one property come down and 7 units go onto it. We won't get too much into high density because I realise that's another submission coming forward. Quarries will be an issue, we think, in the upcoming election. We just really want the council's assistance, where they can, help us in getting that setback increase between residential and quarries. We keep hearing whispers where some of the quarry operators, when they're finished, are going to look to give them back to the city. We would really warn you not to do that. We've got one issue already in our ward, the Duns Whinstone quarry. I think it will just lead to you having ongoing costs with that quarries, and if they're so good that they want to give them back, they can develop them themselves before they. 153 Gilberthorpe's Road. Our community board and councillors in our ward were not even aware this was up for sale. Only 2% of our surveyed residents knew that it was even up to be passed on. This is an absolute gem of a site. We ask that you don't take a big brother approach and be a kind little sister and help us get this back into a community space that we can use. There's a real need in a growing Hornby community for more spaces like this, and there's a great opportunity for us to put a community garden in out the back as well. What needs doing? It was okay until the last tenants moved out. Now we hear it's not fit for purpose and it needs a lot of work done on it. But as a community, we've shown that we can work together and get these projects done, and this is one we'd like to work with and get this up and running. This is something just going forward. Once again, we're not sure where the responsibility lies, but as you can see, that pedestrian is walking on what we call the main south road, and there's no pathway between that shopping centre, which is the countdown, the Mitre 10 down to the hub Hornby. And you can see how slight that car is coming around, where that guy's going to walk around that corner very shortly. And you can also see if a cyclist was to come around the corner, the first thing they're going to see is that pedestrian, and they will immediately go out into that traffic. So we're saying we just want some help from the council staff of who to work with to get that footpath put in. And there's going to be increased pressure with another retail development going in Hornby called the Rail Yard. This is most probably our biggest frustration, and I was really struck the other night when I was actually at the Templeton Residents Association meeting, and it was quoted that 500 students in New Zealand have been injured outside school gates since 2019. And in their words, they're just waiting for a death to happen outside of school, which is incredibly sad to hear. So we had a meeting on this site. We were told that there would be an independent traffic report coming back to us because there's a cycleway due to go through it. We want to make sure, for the community's sake, that before that cycleways go through, that we've got it incredibly safe for all the users and that school students can have a safe passage to school. We hear in this council chamber that us communities know our communities best, but with the cycleways sometimes they get put through what us residents would think are not the best way to go through an area, and this is our major concern on this intersection. And on that, I've actually brought to the community board as well. We would love to see when a cycleway goes in, that a year later, you talk to the residents, you talk to the businesses where that cycleway went, get the feedback, is it working as it was anticipated? That can be used for future cycleways, the feedback that you got from ones that you've already put in. There doesn't seem to be any follow-up in terms of whether those cycleways worked, or the fears that residents had, whether they were fears or not. The community patrol actually started monitoring that corner, and it even surprised them how dangerous and how many people just go through that stop sign without stopping to try and beat what we call it the ski jump, the Parker Street ski jump, where the cars come over. The future of the Hornby Library, this is like one of the long-term plan things. This is our Ramsay Street neighbours moment. We think that the other half of the building we can set up. There's a big need. Don't get this confused with 151 and 153. The community centre is bulging at its seams. They need their own space and groups to go in there, but we also need that 151 and 153. Our worry is that the council will mix the two up and think that one can go into one or the other, but there's a need for both for that library. And we're just signalling that going forward, that there's a real need in the community for the community centre to take over that other half of the Hornby Library. And there's an initiative, the Greater Hornby Residents Association is actually going to be going into the community centre one night a week for a drop-in centre where the residents can come and see us between 6 and 8, one-on-one with members of the GHRA, and we just think that's a good initiative going forward. The organics treatment plant, obviously we feel for the people in Bromley, but we don't want it in our backyard, please. So that's a warning shot. We would like to actually, I've heard a couple of comments around getting questions answered by staff. Honestly, we could not have had more speedy replies as a Residents Association to the queries we wanted, and they've been in a really timely manner. We look forward to more information though in the bubbles. When you click on the bubbles, it tells you what it is and where the funding is. And Katie has told me that going forward that will happen, that when you click on, it will come up with what that spending is actually for. Because I think that takes up a lot of council staff. We click on the bubble, the first thing we do is we flick an email to the council saying, what is it for? We don't know. To the retiring mayor, and Councillor Chen, and also Anne Galloway, thank you so much. We've really appreciated your support and your tireless work for coming in behind our community. And we've got a photo there of Leanne when she came out to that pool meeting, which was then followed up by the bus coming in. And let's say lastly, please keep the community funding at the levels that it's at. I think going into the elections, it would actually be nice to see where councillors stand on the community funding and whether you'll look at cutting any community funding through that strengthening community fund. Because we saw last year in the LT plan, the community concerns when it was even mentioned that that community funding might be cut. It does a lot in our community. And that's just a bit of free advertising at the end for us. Never miss a chance to advertise. But this event would not be made through community funding. And when we got the community funding, we knew we could put on the event through strengthening community funds. We've actually already had 3 businesses in the last 2 days that have got behind it and given us money. That would not have happened if we didn't have the council money to initialise getting that event up and running. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We've heard that from a number of submitters, Mark. We've heard that, you know, it's the council investment that becomes the hook for others to have the confidence to invest as well. But thank you very much for all that you do for the residents, but also the Residents Association itself. I mean, just another example with you putting on the one night a week drop-in, you know, just really reaching out into your community. So thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you.
I think we're going to have to organise people to come in and clap for all of this. Lindsay Chan is the next one. Kia ora and welcome.
Hi, I'm here in support of Michael, Nathaniel, and Audrey's submission for the Arts Precinct. I'm not an artist, I'm not a musician or a performer, and I'm not active in any community organizations. But I am one of the people that can appreciate these things. I'm someone that you'll see in the audience at the shows in the evenings, at the events in the open spaces on the weekends, and having lunch with friends out by the amphitheater. So I first heard about their plan at Understory, at Green Labs Understory, which is a temporary co-working space. I work from there on the daily, and I've seen them in meetings, I've seen their diagram, and I've heard their ideas. Some things that I really want to highlight about it is that it's really important to them that it's accessible and inclusive. There's a lot of great things about Christchurch and its art scene, but sometimes as an outsider, it can be hard to get into that. So I think along with their design of open spaces and a lot of community group collaboration, having an affordable co-working space in there could help bring in people that wouldn't normally be in that space. These guys, they have a solid track record. They have a really strong community collaboration network, but most importantly, they have drive. So I think they can do a great job leading this or being close advisors to the council on it. Yeah, that's it. So thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Celeste?
Hi, Lindsay. I mostly just wanted to say great presentations from everyone. And I'm not sure if this is something you can speak to, but I've heard it a few times about pedestrianising Gloucester Street. I can see the value in that, but I just wondered from your perspective what you think that would add to the arts precinct.
I think someone earlier said that it would help with the flow from Tauranga. I'm a big supporter of making the city accessible, and I'm constantly wandering around in it in all the open spaces, and I wish other people would do that too, but everyone's so busy driving from A to B. I think they're missing out on a lot of things. Sometimes when you just walk around for even 10 minutes, you'll come across something you've never seen before, or you'll bump into a friend that you haven't caught up with in a while. So yeah, I strongly support making that more pedestrian friendly.
Great. Look, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. And the last submission is a large submission. It's the representatives of the, oh no, it's not the last submission. Oh yes, it is. It is. They're all joined up. So is the Atlas Body Corporation, Richard Ball and Mark Derbyshire, speaking on behalf of a number of people who have submitted, and I think there will be members of the group joining in as well. I'm not, no? Okay, right. We'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou katoa. It's nice to be back so soon. And yeah, I'm not talking...
That's the deal on the suit. So
I did. Yes, I was, for those who don't know, I was here presenting on the Performing Arts Precinct on Friday, which is what we've just been hearing about now. So I was challenged to wear a different suit. The local residents would know that's an easy challenge for me. So I'm the new chair of the body corporate this year, and Richard was the chair last year, and we've both been on the committee for a few years. So I'm going to let Richard do most of the talking today, but from me, I guess just a really big thank you, because he has put in a lot of work on this rubbish rates issue over the last couple of years, sort of pulling together all of the information and trying to work out what's possible and, you know, make some of those, the relationships that we needed to move forward on this. Yeah, I'll hand over to Richard.
Sure, thanks, Mark. Kia ora koutou, everybody. This is actually the third year in a row that I've presented to the council. The first year was on a completely different topic. But somebody pointed out after last year that both those first two occasions I was wearing the same shirt. So I'm not quite as dapper as Mark, and I bought a new shirt just for the occasion. Cool. Some of you may remember this from last year and what it was about. But very quickly, just in case the shirt's confusing you, the Atlas Quarter is a 113 unit development in Wells Street in the central city. There's 110 residential and 3 commercial units. And the issue, if I can click that, does that work? All right, let's try on to page down.
It's just in the wrong place, I think.
Sorry, okay, let's try that. So the issue for us is this is what we have for our solid waste, our rubbish and recycling. And it serves all 113 units. We pay for it ourselves. And because we pay for it ourselves, it actually provides a really strong incentive for us to minimise our waste, make sure it's sorted, and the less we produce, the less bins we have to pay for. So it works well, and it provides all the same streams as the council system. Across the road, these are our neighbours. There's about 7 in that apartment block, and they use the council system, and it works quite well for them. The issue is that we also pay for that. We pay about $35,000 a year, something like that, for the 3-bin system, but it just doesn't work for us. And if we do that, that's what it would look like for us, and that's just the red bins. So if you put the green bins there, you'd literally have to close the street once a week to empty the rubbish. So when we appeared last year, there's quite a gap in terms of our expectation and what's come out in the proposal. So when we appeared last year, what we asked for is an effective opt-out system from the 1st of July 2021. What the proposal or the decision on that was that it was inadmissible, I think because it had to be bylaw changes and things for that to occur. We're disappointed by that, obviously, but we took heart because we felt that we were heard by the council, and you instructed the staff to look at it for this year's annual plan. So we thought, okay, we have to wait another year. That's disappointing, but never mind. What the proposal is offering is, first of all, it's only a partial opt-out, so we'd still pay for all those red bins that you saw on the previous slide. The second thing that I understand in terms of the implementation is it wouldn't actually take effect for another year. So we would be paying for all 3 bins for the following year, and I'll explain that a little bit more again shortly. And there's no opt-out for the red bins. So that's about 40% of the cost, and we'll keep paying that indefinitely until the council staff have come up with something and it's amended. So what we're asking for this year is we want that opt-out to apply to all 3 bins from the 1st of July 2022, and that may require some sort of other measure, such as a rebate system as an interim measure. And I suspect that is actually what many of you thought you were signing up to with the annual plan when you signed it off. I could be wrong on that, but I suspect that might be the case. Yep.
Turn my microphone on. We're all nodding away here.
Kia ora. So, just in terms of what the current proposal means in practice, as I said, we're going to pay for all the bins until next year. And the reason for that is, if it was approved, then staff would develop criteria. We would have to then meet those criteria, and the opt-out would actually then go into the rates for the following year. So that's the implementation bit around that. So that's why we are asking for a rebate system as an interim measure to allow us to stop paying for the next year. And it's about $300 per unit that we think we would be paying. Under the current proposal, I think it's about 196 is the targeted rate, and then there's about another 40% for the red bins. The second issue is that we pay for the red bins indefinitely. There's no particular end in sight, and this was first raised with the council in 2015 We raised it with the council in 2020. We submitted last year. Under the proposal, we'd still keep paying until 2023, 8 years after it was first raised. And for the red bins, there's still no end in sight. So it's just going on and on from our perspective, and we keep paying in the meantime. So in the short term, we see a solution to it as including the red bins in that opt-out proposal. And in the next year, you can work through the issues needed to include the red bins in with a targeted rate. And that wouldn't have any significant impact on other ratepayers and the wealth distribution issue, which was given as the reason why it wasn't included this year. And quite aside from, I guess, the financial impact for us, we just see it as bad policy in its current format. It's not transparent. I had to ask 3 times in the end an official information request to find out how much we were paying. And I thank Jake for providing that information as well. So it doesn't tell us how much we would be paying for the cost of the red bins. It does talk about the 196 for the targeted rate, but not the full cost. We don't think it's fair if we're continuing to have to pay while your staff thinks more. It's not consistent. I cannot understand why you would have a separate rating system for red bins versus your yellow and green bins. It doesn't support the council objectives of higher densities or for the central city living. So it's inconsistent for those because we're having to pay extra for making that choice. It doesn't promote waste minimisation because we're subsidising it for the people who do need to use the red bins. And it leaves that issue of the wealth distribution unresolved. So it just leaves it sitting there with no resolution to it. So again, in the short term, we think that rebate next year include the red bins in the opt-out if that's not possible immediately. And if that wealth distribution is an issue, then put the same, change the basis of your targeted rate to be capital value. And then that issue goes away. You can move funds between them and it won't have any effect. So, you know, if that's the issue, then please do that. So, essentially, our message is, please stop charging us. Include the opt-out from the 1st of July 2022. And at the risk of a bit of a low blow at staff, it's easy to kick the can down the road, when you're not paying. So if your staff tell you again this isn't possible, take it out of their salaries, and then stand back and count the minutes until they come up with a solution. So I'll leave it there. We're clearly pretty frustrated, but we have felt heard, and we thank you for that. We look forward to your decision and happy to answer any questions.
It's just a degree of frustration. I think everyone agrees that there was a view that we were going to address it this time round. So, but I just went back and looked at the briefing note, and it did say, I think we felt that it would go further than what it has done, but there was a question of opt-out first and then the next step. So I can see how that's happened, but I think that we've got some very targeted questions now to put to staff. I will say that staff probably live there as well, so I think everyone's got skin in the game, and I mean it has been an issue that has been raised, well, more than the last year. It's been raised for a few years now, and we do need to bring it to a head one way or the other.
Sure. I think it'd also be good to make sure the finished solution doesn't put too much burden on the body corporate, because I've been quite involved in drafting comms and to try and discourage encourage people to sort their rubbish correctly.
Yeah.
And so the current proposal talks about needing a waste minimisation strategy, which to me sounds like a lot of work as an unpaid volunteer. So I think it'd be really good if the council can support us with those materials, or our private supplier supports us with those materials,
Yeah.
rather than us putting a lot of work into the minimisation plan.
Yeah, no, that's very good. I've got Sam and then Tim.
Yeah, it's probably more for Lynn, just something to take off, or Sam to take offline, is why can't we in the interim just have the body corporate bill the council? So just make it a once, and then you work out with your residents how to sort it out. Like, we should make it as easy as we can until we get sorted. So it'd be good to get some advice on that.
Yep. That's a good one. Tim?
Complimentary shirt.
Yeah, Sarah?
Thanks. Given the look at the different profiles with the numbers of bins on the pavement and those kind of things, did you have an idea, because you'll know much better than I do about the number of the residential more intensive living areas in the city, do you have an idea of where the cutoff should be, if you like how many dwellings within a block for the cutoff for use of this?
So
given across the road seemed to make sense still with the smaller bins, that kind of thing, but whereas Atlas Quarter clearly needs a more sustainable option.
Yeah, I mean, the thing across the road is that they have plenty of space there,
right,
and it works for them. So I don't have a particular view as to how many apartments have it. I think it actually often comes down to a practical thing about what was the design intended, and ours was clearly not intended for those bins. It was intended to have those two rubbish rooms. So I think there's just a degree of practicality around where that cutoff is.
And do you think we should be incorporating standards into those sort of new developments that encourage that more than,
Yeah, I mean, the advantage is that it provides that really clear incentive to minimise your waste as a body corporate.
Yeah.
And that's hard to achieve with rates.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we might find that there's a slightly more novel way of resolving this than just the straight up solution that that you're proposing, and the model that the draft proposes. So we're going to keep looking at it. So thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
To come in and make the submission.
Thank you.
Thank
Kia
you.
ora.
Honestly, it just is so much better when people applaud. Is there another? There isn't another one. No. Right.
No.
Yeah. So thank you all very much for coming in and for making the evening's work progress as well as it has done. So thank you all very much, and I shall adjourn the meeting now until 9 a.m. Tuesday, the 10th of May, which is tomorrow. Thank you.